Fuck you!
You're scared. And you should be.
This is not your company anymore.
Leave the cheek of CM Punk.
Out! Combo move! This is what they've been doing! Hey, McAfee!
Everyone shut the up and sit down!
We got a mom in the front row who taught her daughter how to suck dick!
I'm Mina Shirakawa. I used to be a model. I want to put on a big show.
And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome once again to the Saturday Shenanigans, hosted by yours truly, the Renegade J.J. Williams. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. CM Punk drama bullshit to the side. I still consider Hangman the worst AEW champion they've had. First of all, we're going to bring in Walter Cruz.
I said that as a joke when, what's his name, did his promo Monday. He said, I'm from a prestige university. I said he majored in Steiner math.
We've got the Heeb man, James Hebert, in the house.
I do really cool and dumb things on the internet.
Right. A lot of shit going on here. A lot of fucking crazy ass shit.
Where is Noah JD? Well, say his name and he appears because we believe in Noah Foster.
Fuck is this intro? It is one of those things where, as fans, we do have these desires of what we want to see, but sometimes you can't always get what you want, and there are reasons you truly don't get what you want. I wouldn't even listen to this in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. What the fuck is this shit? God, rapid whack. Like I said, never been a greater time to be a wrestling fan, and with more companies in a more lucrative spot, in a more comfortable business spot, in a sense of mind, it seems, than ever. Again, WWE is not the only one. It is not the end-all, be-all. So let's go back to the Renegade Wrestling JJ Williams to get the official word. JJ, speak!
Make sure you tune in every week because you never know who's going to drop in to join the shenanigans. Catboy is in the house.
Hello, my internet family. I say if you want to make them as evil as possible, make them really mad.
We have Mansfield joining the party now. What is going on, Josh?
Like I told no one when we were in Cleveland, him joining Chase U was just an unfortunate side effect of my shenanigans towards you, JJ. I know how it can get better, Noah. The panel chooses you.
Shut the fuck up, Josh.
He said that so like.
We got somebody to throw back.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Just like how you and I had lunch together the other week.
That was different.
Ladies and gentlemen, the King is here. Say his name and he appears. We believe in King A-Train. There are so many believers in Joe Hendry. The only person on this panel that doesn't believe in Joe Hendry is King A-Train. Tell the world why you do not believe in Joe Hendry.
The reason I do not believe Joe Hendry is he is Fandango 2.0 in a entrance merchant. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Hey! There's nothing wrong with being an entrance merchant. He has some of the best entrances of all time.
Teleporting into the command center, all the way from Angel Grove High, Datilla.
Oh, yeah. I went to the command center on Thursday. I went to Vasquez Rocks, which is where they filmed a lot of episodes. Somebody actually climbed to the very top of those rocks. I made it halfway. I was like, I'm not going up there. Definitely Toni Storm versus Mariah May. That's the one match I probably am looking forward to the most. I really like the story. I'm familiar with All About Eve, so if it plays out that way, I kind of know how this is gonna go.
Say goodnight, Datilla.
Good night.
James, you did say his name. So he shall appear, ladies and gentlemen, the first time on the Shenanigans. Jeff Meacham is in the motherfucking house.
All right, we're coming in hard with the botch. All right, fucking hell. It's good to be back. It's good to have an opportunity to talk to the crowd on a Saturday. If you want to have yourself stomach through it, you can go back and watch when the Main Event Mafia took over Impact. That's what James is talking about. So if everybody just joined us, we're talking about people sedating people, attempted murder, boys, and tips. Welcome to Saturday Shenanigans, everybody. Aren't you glad I'm back?
Welcome back, Jeff.
Cool. Yeah.
3 years we've been doing this friggin' nonsense. It's been rechristened from Open Mic Night to what has now become the Saturday Shenanigans. And I am not the Renegade Wrestling JJ Williams, for it's once again that time of the year where I have to moderate the madness. Welcome, everybody, to the 3rd year anniversary of what is now known as the Saturday Shenanigans. Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again to the Superchatted Studios. You know what this is. It is the Saturday Shenanigans, your weekly dose of utter madness and unique professional wrestling conversation. I am your host, literally, and your moderator for the night. I am the simple man. My name is Noel Foster. I want to give a shout, of course, to everybody that's made this milestone possible, whether you're a first-time viewer or a continuous viewer. Thank you all so much for continuing to follow us in our journey and what we've reinvented ourselves as, of course. Shout out to Save T. What's up with you, my friend? Good to see you as always. Of course, I'm never alone here. You always have the hardworking people that, of course, make this all possible across the entirety of the Simply Reliable Studios. Want to give a shout out real quick to Jeff Mother F and Meacham, and of course, the Renegade Wrestling JJ Williams. I hope Natalie's having a wonderful birthday dinner celebration. They may come by later, they may not, who knows, but the other ones, folks, they are here and they come with others, so truly I am not alone. Let's go ahead and bring in the crew. First off, the hardest working man not named Renegade Wrestling JJ Williams that made all this possible through funding and rebranding and constant stream inventing and scheduling. Mr. Reliable. Reliable. Lots of crews. Good to see you once again. How you doing tonight, my friend?
I'm doing well. It's good to be seen, as JJ says. Good to see everyone, and happy anniversary.
Yes, simply put, from the man himself. Speaking of one man to another man, this man does really good and does things on the internet and sometimes drive me crazy beyond belief, but I still love him none the same. He is a great friend. He's got a great mind for the business. He is, of course, the man that gives you the Jay Hebert side of things. James Hebert. James, how are you? Good to see you, my friend.
I am doing good. You did that perfectly. I am proud of you, Noah. Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. I wasn't expecting an animal tonight, but from Noah Foster of all people, but it is what it is. There you go.
I try and bring out a different side of me that people rarely see. Speaking of bringing out a different side, whether he's on camera or not, I'm curious to get his side of things, as I will be engaged with him for the first time. A newcomer now part of the Saturday Shenanigans, and I think also will be a great friend and contributor to the Simply Reliable Studios, somebody that James Hebert has personally endorsed and, of course, has allowed us to communicate with. Please welcome back if you were here last week, but welcome for the first time if you're here tonight, DJ. And please follow his YouTube channel and his content represented there. DJ, good to see you. Thank you for joining us on this milestone occasion. How are you feeling, my friend?
I got to show you how I do it on Rock and Roll.
Rock and Roll!
There you go.
So now I know.
But what is up, everyone? Glad to be here on the anniversary show. It's 11 o'clock here, but I plan on staying late anyway. So we're going to have a good time tonight.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are, my friend. Good to have you on.
Yeah, definitely. And I look forward to getting DJ's takes on the things that we discuss in and out of wrestling. And last but certainly not least, a longtime friend for me and James, also a great fan of wrestling passion. Please welcome back. If you were here last week, again, you saw him last week. Definitely not James. If you know, you know. It is Ryan. Ryan Schmidt. Ryan, good to see you. How are you tonight, my friend?
Doing fine. Just had my nephew's 18th birthday party.
Oh, wow.
Big milestone.
Yeah.
Had a great day.
There you go, man.
Still cold as all hell.
Oh, it's awful. It's so bad.
Man,
I
it's the
can't stand
Midwest. What do you expect? It's winter.
I had to walk. I had to walk to the tree line and close to 2 feet high snow. It felt like.
Oh,
So,
geez. So you got it worse than us then, because we only got
oh
like
yeah,
a few inches. Fucking hell.
it drifts. It drifts bad.
It snow be drifting.
And the crazy thing is, I've lived in New York my entire life, and I am the most anti-snow person possibly on this planet.
Brother, I'm right there up there with you, bro. I hate the snow. I want spring and fall to come here. Those are my holidays. Those are my seasonal holidays, man. Like bring
I
me back.
definitely missed the opportunity to pick up Elon Musk's not a flamethrower. Okay, could have used one of those today. Not gonna front.
You're gonna just melt in the snow.
Not gonna lie, I've literally suggested a flamethrower for cutting and destroying grass in my yard because kind of the lawns will my least favorite chores. That's a whole different conversation. But good stuff, guys. And again, good to see everybody, of course. And again, figure to those that are tuning in the chat, please like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend. Please subscribe and follow all my friends here, all the friends here at the Zimbabwe Studios, in and out of the Saturday Shenanigans. And again, if you want to dictate the conversation, follow the PayPal links in the description, or of course, Super Chat. Don't it dictate, Super Chat, simple as that. But without further ado, again, guys, I'm sure we're going to have a lot of fun tonight. And whether it involves highlights or new moments be created at my expense of my mentality, gentlemen and everybody in and out of the chat, let's get right into it. We got a pretty light agenda ahead tonight, so we're going to go ahead and kick things up with something that came forward last week, courtesy of longtime follower and friend of the Saturday Shenanigans, Charles Schultz. He suggested the following. If one of us had the booking for the road to WrestleMania, now that we're officially on that, for the Bloodline, how would you do it if you was in control? Now, considering the current Bloodline agenda, already has seen us had Jacob Fatu and Tama Tonga, a few with the likes of Cody Rhodes and Jimmy Uso, losing effort. Of course, Cody Rhodes at a crossroads right now to with Kevin Owens ahead of the Royal Rumble. Why Paul Heyman has officially declared that the one true tribal chief from Reigns will be in the Royal Rumble and looks to get his championship back. Thinking about that narrative going on now, how about you try to rewrite it or spin it a different direction, and what players would you involve? I figure we'll go around the horn here and give everybody's thoughts and see how many people have a similar mindset or a more unique mindset. And James, since you're Mr. Fantasy Book as far as I've known you, we're going to start with you. So if you had the pen and paper, how would you book the Bloodline heading into WrestleMania?
So I thought about this question since Schultz put it out there later. And yes, prayers to everybody in California. I do,
California,
unfortunately. Yeah, Southern
That
California.
goes out.
I actually have a cousin named Neely, and her father is Rich Hebert, famous Hollywood and Broadway star. Not to brag, but unfortunately, they're right near there. His daughter is like going to school there, and she was on vacation, thank God. But now she's going to come back, and she's almost scared too, because I think she's afraid of coming into a hellscape, and it very well might be that. So yeah, prayers to them real quick, honestly, like seriously. But back to the topic at hand. As far as the Bloodline storyline, when Charles put this question out there, because we were doing viewer questions, and this was one of them. I really wanted to kind of think about this. That's why I saved it for this week. The way I would do it, especially with what I've seen, number one,
all right, great.
I'd have The Rock turn on Roman on the 27th, on the go home to the Royal Rumble. I would do that because they're hyping that show up big time. They just had Roman say the date, and it already has people looking forward to that date. So that's aura. So I'd have him turn there, take the Ulafala for himself, and now he's the tribal chief. He outranks Roman because he's the high chief. This is the first time, as Ryan said, that we heard Siuli on television. So I think that would be the perfect time to kind of bring that into the forefront. You already have kind of some dissension between Jacob Fatu, natural dissension between Jacob Fatu and Solo Sikoa. Jacob was going to challenge for the WWE Championship at SummerSlam, but Solo stopped him. And that's where the whole "I love you, Solo" aggressive chant started. I think he was doing that because he really wanted that shot. And Solo took it from him. So you got that whole thing there. So this is going to be kind of a 1A, 1B thing. I think The Rock and Roman at WrestleMania is one of your main events. I really think they should be doing it now. I don't know if you could really wait another year. And I think the other match for the Bloodline, Solo Sikoa versus Jacob Fatu, if he's healthy enough in time, versus Bronson Reed. I think at that point, right there is where I would do it. The Rock has full control of the Bloodline, but he recruits his own tribal chief in his version, and Roman's going to take it anyway, and, you know, whatever, but you could still have the triple threat. However you want to do that is however you want to do that, but that's my end goal. A triple threat between Bronson Reed, Jacob Fatu, and Solo Sikoa, and The Rock versus Roman would be the two matches I would book. That's how I would go with it, because I think that's kind of the natural progression of everything. And again, if you don't have Bronson Reed healed in time, then go with the singles between Solo and Jacob. It's going to be a banger either way. I just want to see Bronson get his moment because he has shined throughout his entire run. And when he was with the Bloodline, man, he fit like a fucking glove. And I would love to see him involved in that. So that's my pitch. There you go.
All right.
Not
well,
bad. Not bad at all.
It's a fair starting pitch. Well, DJ, I mean, a lot of points James makes right there are very fair because, of course, we know Bronson Reed was working alongside the new Bloodline. And, of course, that devastating move where they were looking to take out the tribal chief, that was probably on the behest of Solo Sikoa. It pretty much is taking Bronson Reed, I think, right now out of WWE for the foreseeable future, if not possibly the road to WrestleMania. So, based on what James narrated, do you have Bronson Reed in your Bloodline WrestleMania plans? Do you have a different player? Do you have a different scenario between the two nights that still involves Rock Roman culminating in the end? What's your take?
So it's weird because before Friday, I had a completely different scenario because I thought they were going to use the 27th to announce Roman going into the Rumble to kind of, shake up all the Rumble stories. Yeah. They already established the Cena one first on Raw. Punk already made his shot after he wrestled Seth. I thought they would have let more dominoes fall first before they announced, guess what, Roman's coming back for his title, and everybody's plans are, kind of thrown away. But so since they announced that on SmackDown, I think there is a small chance Rock might be at Mania now. It's a small chance, but I don't think it's likely. So with my Mania booking plans, I don't have him included at the moment. So I think the two biggest matches you can get out of Roman Reigns right now at WrestleMania is CM Punk and Roman, or Roman and Cody for the third time. And I know what most people are going to say. Oh, no, Cody and Roman again. It's a rubber match. If they give you a good enough stipulation for that rubber match, you're going to want to see it. They have an actual good cage match. An actual match where no one's involved. You're going mano a mano. Who's the better man? Who's the better wrestler? Who's the true face of WWE? You can build a great story around that, a real story around that. And when's the last time anyone's been excited for a rubber match? Not since I can't even think of one off the top of my head.
No, that's a fair point.
Jones Cormier. So with Roman, those are the only two directions I see with it going. With Solo, I think you establish him as the top mid-card heel and establish like the bloodline and everything around that. Like, I don't think the plan with Solo and this bloodline thing was to make him a top main event guy. It was to establish him as a guy who's going to be around for a while, but his time ain't the time now to shine. There's too many other people at that upper echelon right now for Solo to really be a top, in my eyes, a top player. So I'd put him right in that U.S. title picture around Mania. I don't think Shinsuke is going to hold that title for much longer. I think LA Knight's going to get it back. just so he can do the job to Solo at Mania. I think they can have a good program and a good match. And maybe they tease a Jacob Fatu turn around there, but I don't see the Jacob Fatu turning until around after Mania, because they want to give Solo that big moment. They want to make it feel like all this bloodline stuff for Solo finally paid off for Solo. And he's taken a lot of losses this year. A lot.
Yeah.
Not this year. I'm sorry. It's 2025 now, but this current Mania season.
Yeah.
So like, I think you end it with Solo getting his big win.
Yep.
And working his way up to finally becoming that tribal chief he wanted to be the entire time.
Ooh, I like that actually. Like kind of earn your keep type of thing. I like that.
Well, yeah, because remember, Cody Rhodes literally, and I think this goes back to Cody and Solo in a way. You want to talk about maybe a second time, considering they've only faced each other once, as far as we know, for the championship. I saw that at SummerSlam last year. Remember what Cody Rhodes said to Solo Sikoa? You think you're ready, you're not ready. Solo thought he was ready and took it for himself and literally became the headline story of WWE SmackDown since April last year after Roman Reigns' hiatus. And he's still been a mainstay player. But to DJ's point, he's not the next echelon yet to be the player. Now, as long as you got The Rock, Cody Rhodes, and Roman Reigns still holding that down, and possibly CM Punk, considering Paul Heyman owes him a favor. And why I do agree that I thought the 27th was going to be dedicated to Roman Reigns, we had announced for Royal Rumble, it might be more dedicated now to maybe seeing CM Punk cash in on that favor. CM Punk has not announced anything as far as Royal Rumble. He just talked about Goofer and Cody Rhodes' name drop after the Raw on Netflix. I do see your hand. What you got to say before we give it to Ryan?
I had one thing I wanted to say too. A couple things. The Roman thing. It would be very interesting to see him go from realizing, oh man, I've kind of been a tyrant. Because remember what Solo said in the match. I gave you everything. I loved you, and you didn't love me back. Like, that was a huge thing, and that was a story beat in the match. So I'd love to see kind of that. Like, he doesn't change how he acts in ring or on promos, but slowly start to see him treat his family with love and respect as you know the season goes on for Mania. That would be really interesting to see. The second thing is, I think Solo Sikoa has been supremely underrated and undervalued by a lot of the fans. And I've been saying that because I think DJ laid it out perfectly. He was not meant to be in the main event. He was just a temporary person in the main event, and he was going to be around for the long haul in the mid-card to start. And I think that was the perfect analogy. But I think he played his role perfectly. I think the only hiccup in that whole run was when he was not talking and he was just kind of looking grumpy and angry, like, whatever. I like that he was showing his true personality towards the end of this run. I thought seeing him kind of being the mafioso of the bloodline, the Don of the bloodline, like, I thought that was perfect. Like, he was the one in control of the Savages. I thought that was a great gimmick. And
the NXT Solo Sikoa, when he first came out, when he first debuted in NXT, personality down there. He had those certain intangibles. You saw the potential in him. It just in the bloodline, it felt like they tried to hide it a lot more. And then one thing before we go on to the next point, I want to just add, I also think it's going to be, if he's healthy in time, the Tonga brothers versus the Usos in a tag team match
would be a hell of a match. Yeah,
it would be for the Tongas to do and not just look like just stooges for Solo. And you know, either them getting a credible win off the Usos or the Usos getting a big win because they're finally reuniting in a tag match. Yeah, it can both be a big deal.
Yeah, and that was the other thing too, is like I'm glad you brought that up though, because you know, I didn't even consider the Tongans, but if they're healthy enough by that time, then yeah, you know, you have to go Gorillas of Destiny versus the Usos. People have been wanting that match for years. Now, I will say this. Solo Sikoa, I am biased to completely because I actually worked with the guy for a short stint on a promo package on the Indies when he was Sefa Fatu. So yeah, maybe a little bit biased here. Like I'll be admit it, but I'm a big fan of Solo. I actually DM'd him after the match he had with Roman on Raw. I said I'll actually read it verbatim because he actually saw it. I don't know if he got a chance to reply, but I told the man, fantastic job, guys. Great show tonight. You and Roman did awesome. Thumbs up. I was just trying to give him a little bit of words of encouragement since, so often I'm sure he sees all the criticism of social media, sometimes justified, but again, I think he did a very good job, and I think he deserves a lot more credit than he was given. So,
no, how dare you? Fuck you, Solo. How dare you disrespect my real tribal chief, Roman Reigns? VOTC. Okay, you guys can't see me, but my finger is all the way in the air right now.
Okay, well, we acknowledge that outburst as we now know who the one true tribal chief is, and I acknowledge both of y'all's points. And again, very unique booking that really encompasses all the major players involved across both Bloodline sagas. At the end of the day, we all want Solo Sikoa to succeed and exceed everybody's expectations that might still be pigeonholing him. But that being said, let's see if Ryan's fantasy booking exceeds either of y'all's fantasy booking before we go to Walter to close this topic out. Ryan, the pen is in your hand now. How would you book the blood into WrestleMania? Who is your key player to focus on here that comes out the most over in the end of it? Is it a single player? Is it maybe a team? Is it the Tongas where they actually are legitimate tag team to be reckoned with, finally being former multiple-time WWG Heavyweight Tag Team Champions? What's your take on the road to WrestleMania if you had the bloodline in your hands?
I really hate it when we have the match that makes the most sense and we don't do that. It makes the most sense, assuming Tongaloa is healthy, to have Usos versus GOD. That makes the most sense as far as what are the Usos doing at WrestleMania. I don't want to see some big schmoz of a battle royal or 10-man tag or anything like that. As far as Roman is concerned, I also do not want to see the rubber match from a feud that's 3 years in a row. Even Austin and Rock let it breathe. So, ideally, I would have Roman Rock this year. I would have The Rock cost Roman at the Royal Rumble. That's what I would do. It sets it up. Whatever we have to do from that point on, we get there. But if The Rock is on board, and he seems he's going to be, he shot down the rumors from Dave Meltzer many moons ago now that he wouldn't be involved in WrestleMania. So that's what I would do.
Fair dues.
Tongans.
Yeah, fair dues. So Tongans
versus Usos. Tongans versus Usos. Roman versus Rock. And Jacob Fatu versus Solo.
Mm-hmm.
I really like your Royal Rumble pitch, though, about The Rock costing Roman the Rumble, because it plays back to the point that when Roman won that his first Rumble, The Rock was there, the one putting his hand up and putting him over and saying this should be the next guy. So him costing him his big chance to get the one thing he wants back after, being the guy who put him over would be super diabolical, at least from a WWE smart mark standpoint, would be so diabolical.
It's layers of this stuff. We'll keep it PG, I guess.
Yeah, ogres have layers. So does the Samoans.
Well, I mean, Shrek first told you what had layers. If you remember the very first movie, before it got remade 4 times and got overkill more than Roman vs. Cody might. If Roman vs. Cody happens again at WrestleMania, to Brian's point, which I do agree with, because I saw The Rock and Stone Cold Saga, of course, and I still hold 19 as my favorite. But again, they let it breathe after 2 years, not back to back to back. But that being said, I do like what Ryan did there because of all the people he mentioned, there's one person he didn't mention at all, and that was the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes and the undisputed WWE Championship. Because again, his story with Roman is finished, and while the story with him and Rock is still suspension of belief, whether it's truly begun or it's paused until Rock finally gets the head of the table, which is right now the most viable thing to the People's Champion, that remains up in the air. It's essentially disbelief as far as Cody Rhodes facing maybe John Cena at WrestleMania and going full Homelander. Who knows? But I do like the fact that each one of you have a different key focus on who you want to be the star takeaway to go over the most by the end of WrestleMania, whether it's the Tongans, whether it's The Rock, or whether it's Solo Sikoa, or whether it's Jacob Fatu. Before we go to Walter, James, I do see your hand up. What do you have to add regarding what Brian has said or what I just retorted?
Can you imagine that this year's Mania legitimately could be possibly the biggest one ever? Cena, Gunther, Roman, Rock, Punk, and Cody. Like, think about that for a second.
It's really crazy because no one's really talked about the aspect of it could be Randy and Cody at Mania.
Yeah, true. Yeah, he could easily be slotted in there too. Yeah,
He literally could come back when Kevin Owens is about to grab that title, massive RKO off the ladder, help Cody win, and you build that saga where we finally see who truly owns the legacy when it goes all the way back to when Randy Orton was first teaching young Cody and beating him handicap match at WrestleMania 26. Again, another person we didn't think about at all before you brought it up, DJ. A very fair point. But Ryan, I did see your hand. What you guys say real quick?
It should be Cena versus Cody, the face of yesterday versus the face of today.
Make the audience choose. Exactly. It's one of those rare situations where a face versus face dynamic works in so many levels because the audience will not know which direction to go in, and it truly could dictate what direction one of the superstars leaves as. Why John Cena has never changed his moral code. Cody says he would never go heel. Yeah, Homelander suspension of disbelief, especially if you're being champion. If you get to WrestleMania officially for 1 year.
The autism is going to show for a minute, but get me to the fucking Rumble already.
Brave, James, brave. We're on the road to WrestleMania. The first stop is upon us, the beginning of February. We'll talk more about that during the watch along chair. We'll play at our first commercial break because folks will be covering that and so much more too. And of course, that will be part of the Stipulated Reliable Studios watch along schedule. Speaking of being super reliable, truly the part that's most reliable. Walter, you close this thing out. If you had the pen, how would you put the bloodline heading into WrestleMania? And what's your key focus? Is it somebody that we haven't even mentioned? Is it somebody else took an idea from you, as sometimes happens here when you're saved for last? Sorry, not sorry, bro. What do you guys say regarding booking the bloodline to WrestleMania?
Nobody took my idea because I'm going to go left field. But the first thing I'll say is James said that it's going to be a legit biggest WrestleMania. Look at the Rumble itself, legit. When's the last time 4 or 5 legitimate winners can come out of? Like, this Royal Rumble was like one of the hardest ones to predict. So
yeah, I'll give you 6 right out the bat, Walter, and then you can continue.
Go for it.
Roman, Rock, Roman. Roman, Rollins, Rock.
What?
Punk, Cena. And there's Orton. Those are your 6 right there. 6
legitimately. That's what I mean. Yeah. Like, this is one of the great, like, not since like 92 where there's so many people you could think that would win.
Yeah, and there's so much star power in the WWE right now. It's fucking ridiculous. This could actually rival 92.
I mean, I look back at my favorite Royal Rumbles. There was 2006. There was 2008. You talk about 1992. Of course, one of those pinnacle Royal Rumbles in WWE history. This new era, this Paul Trish era, not even 1 year old yet, by the way, gentlemen and Simply Shenanigans community, has truly redefined what it means for WWE to be interesting again on a global scale for every fan, casual or hardcore. And I love it. But go ahead, Walter. Let's get your booking real quick. Not the Royal Rumble winner, but what's in the WrestleMania?
So the Bloodline, when they came out, we started calling them the bootleg Bloodline, and we didn't take them serious. So in order to take them serious, we got to start getting involved into some title pictures. So I would get that U.S. title to Tama Tonga. I would get him to be the U.S. champion for a little while. Figure a way to get him to either LA Knight, who reclaims it, or Shinsuke Nakamura. I'm gonna factor in that The Rock isn't in the WrestleMania plans. So then I would get Roman Reigns to go against Jacob Fatu. That's the match that everybody wants to see. That's the one that could have been the new tribal chief. Like it's really Jacob that could really put on a banger. So I would get to Roman and Jacob. I would get Tama Tonga, the U.S. title, and for Solo, I would get Solo versus John Cena because Solo wasn't Solo until he beat Cena. When he first beat Cena, that's when Solo started saying, "I can be the next tribal chief," and he really stepped up. Cena's on his last run. He keeps claiming about how much he had. It's 2,000 or 200 matches I haven't won or whatever. So if you give him his big win back 1-on-1, sorry you have to sacrifice Solo there, but that can get Cena on the path to where we can actually believe he might get that 17th world title run. So you started at WrestleMania, you let him get that win back over Solo. So that's where I would go with WrestleMania and the Bloodline. So it would be Cena Solo. Tama Tonga would get the U.S. title, and I need Jacob Fatu to go against Roman Reigns. Like that's the big matchup if you can't get The Rock. That's like the next big thing.
I counteract your Jacob Roman point real quick because I love your idea for the match, and I personally also want the match because I'm a giant Jacob Fatu mark. I've been speaking Jacob Fatu's praises since MLW. I've been saying this guy should have been signed by Tony Khan immediately when Tony Khan was rating them of all their talent, and he's a dummy for not signing him and locking him down immediately because WWE instantly put him in main events of pay-per-views and is making millions off this guy. But I think it's too early for the match for one reason and one reason only. I think if you do that match, he has to be broken away from Solo. Because if he's still with Solo and he gets that match and he's more competitive in that match and looks better than Solo in that match, it kind of buries Solo a bit before they even have their issue. So you gotta like Jacob has to break apart from Solo first, and they have to have their match first before him and Roman do anything. Because when him and Roman go at it, the full focus has to be on Jacob, not Jacob a stooge.
I think that's why you have Jacob be the one to actually eliminate Roman from the Rumble. And then boom, like Nav is like, holy shit, he just is the one who stopped Roman Reigns, and then that's what's going to lead to their 1-on-1.
That's a good way to build it, but I do agree with DJ. I think it's too early, and I think you have a lot of storylines left in there, believe it or not, with the Bloodline, especially that particular section of the Bloodline. I don't think you want to burn through that right away while you still can maximize your investment there. I think he's correct there. But I will say, as far as Jacob Fatu goes, man, did we see his promos that he cut on SmackDown the short time he was on? Dude, motherfucker fit like a glove. Like
Friday was great too.
Dude, he was great, but like, dude, his promo where he was doing the whole I forget what this ain't L Street because your nightmare is here. God damn, I'm fucking petrified. Oh my god. I'm like, holy shit. And then when he's like, you all better be thinking about your life right now, because you ain't no way in hell you gonna get me out of the arena. And then fucking LA Knight comes in and boots him out, and he's like, he didn't use his inside voice, so I'm gonna use it. I put him outside.
That was on Friday. That was all on Friday. That was that was my favorite section.
And then LA Knight, of course, we saw the aftermath of that. And right there, guys, you might be planting a seed for LA Knight versus Jacob Fatu on the road to WrestleMania. If not, maybe there for the United States Championship.
Yeah, I mean, god damn, those two like gelled so well instantly. Dude, Jacob is a goddamn star. He's the total package. He can wrestle. He can do the flips. He can do all the things. He's the biggest big hoss since what? Bam Bam Bigelow, and the most believable big hoss since Bam Bam Bigelow. There's a throwback for you. And I really do. And he's such a great talker. I mean, this dude, natural charisma. No, not even short on words. Like, this dude got over on a fucking home video of them spotting a double rainbow. He's like, and this is in front of your house. Like, just the way he talks is like you listen to every word he says, even if it's ridiculous. He's that charismatic. he's the total package, man. DJ, you're right. AEW should have grabbed his ass, man. He would have been the biggest star in that company.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Just based on the athleticism and size, but Tony Khan hates big guys. But also to bring back to Walter's point, like he had a great idea there with putting Roman against a younger guy. And then it gave me a great idea. If you want to have a really big match at Mania, and they kind of teased it already, little small bits of it, you do Roman Reigns and Braun Breaker for that Intercontinental title. You have the GOAT become a Grand Slam champion. And you don't bury Braun Breaker. You can have an interesting feud because they've teased that Braun Breaker could be the next Heyman guy. And Heyman has shown he can have multiple clients. He represented Brock and Roman at the same time for a while. They built a whole feud out of that. They could start a whole other one with the brand new Brock Lesnar. His name's Braun Breaker. And I think that would be a great match.
Well, I mean, people are still lobbying.
Roman Reigns is already an IC champion. Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good. Yeah, he has already been a Intercontinental champion. The one that hasn't gotten the Intercontinental champion yet was John Cena. And I was thinking John Cena versus Braun Breaker.
That's why. Okay, there we go. This should be.
I got you, but also
You're right. Brain fart. It's almost
all
midnight.
right. I mean, dude, I've been up since 7 a.m. It's all right. But it's just one of those things where, again, we talk about the intangible qualities of a top star in this business. The word it. Jacob Fatu proves that he has it. And now he just gelled so smoothly with someone that's always had it in the megastar LA Knight. You already got a sub-program right there to try and break out Jacob Fatu without overshadowing Solo Sikoa. If you do LA Knight versus Jacob Fatu, even without the United States Championship, that can be built out of the Royal Rumble, actually, based on those two's collision there. Because, let's be honest, we know that Jacob Fatu, we know that LA Knight, we know that most of both bloodlines are going to be in the Royal Rumble, despite the fact we only have two people officially known for the Royal Rumble at this point, John Cena and Roman Reigns. And I'm just going to put it out there right now, I don't think either of those two men are winning the Royal Rumble because that just feels too obvious. And again, The Rock, red herring, bad blood. 1, 2, yeah. Again, if he wants out of the table, we still don't know what's in Cody Rhodes' pocket. And we're not necessarily leaving Cody Rhodes in this equation, but for the first time in 2 years, we know that Cody Rhodes will not be winning the Royal Rumble because, one, he's not in it. He's defending the WWE Undisputed Championship against Kevin Owens in the ladder match for the gold versus the gold. Hey, yo, where have I heard that before? Just saying. There's a callback for you. Yeah. But everyone's had some incredible ideas. And, yeah, I mean, a major what-if is definitely the Tongas versus the Usos, the best tag teams of all time, the Sons of Aku versus the Sons of Rikishi. It writes itself. It doesn't even need a championship. Considering the Usos are record time, multiple holding champions in WWE history, bigger and greater than the New Day. It's also one of those things that Tama Tonga is capable of being a single star, but they haven't pushed him to that yet. Because, like James said, he's basically been a stooge that is known to only go, ay.
Yeah, it sounded like a motherfucker coming in like Billy and Mandy.
Well, Billy's the only one that did that, but I appreciate the reference. Shout out to the CN, RIP, just like Disney Channel recently left cable.
God, that pissed me off. Oh, God.
Again, cable and satellite's a dying fad. It is what it is. But you all have made incredible points, but I still go back to the fact that I think at this point, until we learn what's in Cody Rhodes' pocket, given to him by The Rock, the Raw to WrestleMania, this story with The Rock is not going to be finished, nor is it finished. And I do think it is going to escalate into WrestleMania. Whether or not it means we get The Rock versus Cody, or Rock versus Roman, or Rock versus blank here, that remains to be seen. The Rock could just show up, say a promo, or screw everything up like he did at WrestleMania 27 with The Miz and John Cena for all the right reasons. Yeah. This time, though, he can say he's justified because it was the kickoff last year where Cody ruined the biggest marquee box office money match in WWE history. So says The Rock, who again is on the board and was trying to create Rock versus Roman, and the fans, quote unquote, changed that direction. But I do think, look at the bloodline at this point, you definitely have to put Jacob Fatu in a major singles feud where he's not put over more than Solo, but the fans who already see it, the fans will see Solo and Fatu. They will see the cracks finally form. Actions have consequences. Maybe a different take from Jacob Fatu's crazy promo giving, like you said. And we get another saga of the bloodline where Jacob Fatu tries to usurp his so-called tribal chief no longer wearing the Ula Fala. If Solo can't succeed, who says Jacob Fatu can, and Jacob Fatu can be his own man that Solo can no longer control? I think this really culminates with Tonga's finally going over for what they truly known as one of the best tag teams in the entire professional wrestling business, 7-time WWE Tag Team Champions. I got Jacob Fatu going over in a singles match. And as far as Roman and The Rock, it just feels like to me that they're not going to pull the trigger yet on Roman and Rock before Rock finishes the story with Cody. I think you do somehow figure out a way to build, but you don't book Rock versus Cody at WrestleMania, but you escalate it somehow. If they could push John Cena and The Rock out one full year, who's to say they can't do that with The Rock and Cody Rhodes 1 year after a WrestleMania encounter that wasn't necessarily a match for that championship? Because I don't think The Rock cares so much about the championship. He cares about the head of the table, and he cares about Cody Rhodes not disappointing him. But what does that mean when it comes to The Rock, Cody, and Roman? Triple threat? Is it likely? Unlikely? You tell me. But my bloodline focus is definitely Jacob Fatu, the guy that goes moreover and becomes the next it guy in WWE. Ryan, I did see your hand, by the way. Before I get there, shout out to the best name, of course, across the entire Survival Studios and Saturday Shenanigans. 20.2 miles outside parts unknown. Good to see you as always. That being said, Charles Schultz, thank you for this topic. But Ryan, I saw your hand. What you got to say real quick?
So, allow me to spin you a yarn.
Go for it.
Roman is not redeemed, right? Roman has not gone through a proper character arc to redeem himself on his journey, right? He's just has his prize back, right? He's not a good person yet, right? So he's not a prototypical babyface.
No.
The Rock, pure egomaniac, right?
Yep.
So, Rock, eventually, maybe The Rock wins the Royal Rumble. The Rock versus Cody, right? The Rock becomes the WWE champion. Maybe it doesn't have to be at the Royal Rumble. We could be at any other big event this year. But The Rock typically only wrestles at WrestleMania, so who knows?
I mean,
Roman avenges.
I was gonna say, here's the thing with that though, Ryan. I think you were spot on with what you pitched to me. I don't know if it was in private or last week, but if The Rock held the championship, yeah, it was in private. Having him with the championship, and specifically the People's Championship representing the WWE title, him going around the UFL, Hollywood, going on appearances and carrying that championship, and then you could do an angle where Cody assaults him in one of those events. Could be big time business.
We saw what happened with the bloodlines from Shuna Work at the kickoff party, but please continue.
Sorry, I cut him off, but yeah, I just want to get that.
Well,
mild interjection.
If we are not going to immediately fire off on Roman Rock, right?
Yeah.
Give Roman a redemption arc as far as his character is concerned by taking the championship from a tyrant, High Chief Sayuli.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. Like, we're not going to do that. This is the next year, 2 years, 3 years worth of television. Who knows how long it's going to take, right? They're very patient with this storyline.
Yeah. Best long-term storyline, question mark? Maybe a potential topic next week.
Maybe. But another thing I want to throw out there real quick in terms of booking Roman for Mania. Why the thing that is also shocking me that we all haven't talked about, and I'm guilty of it too. Why not Drew and Roman?
Ooh.
They teased it enough. There's enough story behind it already. He's targeting everyone who's helped Roman. He's already taken most of them out. Jimmy's injured. He's beaten Sammy clean. It's going to take him maybe another month or two to handle Jay. But then what after that? What if he's the one who costs Roman at the Rumble and is kind of part of Roman's redemption arc?
That's very fair because we also saw Drew McIntyre coming on SmackDown and said to Cody, I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to help you. And I do wonder if that help could lead to Roman not being Cody Rhodes' opponent. But to your point, he did just lose to Jey Uso, so there's a minor arc there. And I'm going to say right now, Drew and Jey are going to cost each other at the Royal Rumble, and we're going to get a singles match of those two somehow before Elimination Chamber, I think. And let's keep in mind, we're only talking about the Royal Rumble. We still have one more stop before WrestleMania that still can dictate a lot of this, and that is the Elimination Chamber. So let's not count that out either, guys. There's a lot of intrigue, though, when you consider that all the people named here could consist a third, at least, of the field that could define the WrestleMania main event landscape. Not necessarily for the championship either. All right, and with that science being said, the bottom line, I think truly this will be the most interesting WrestleMania and Road to in WWE history, at least for me as a fan. Whether or not the rest, and whether or not the rest of you out there in the chat amongst Society Shenanigans share the same thoughts, that remains to be seen. But again, I sense the excitement all around, and I know that we cannot wait to simply predict it, watch it, cover it, react to it, and follow it all the way through the end of WrestleMania 41 to see who hits the jackpot and who busts in the city of Las Vegas. So thank you again, Charles Shaws, for that first time. An incredible opening conversation so far, guys. We're going to take a short intermission here now, folks, and allow you all to step out, reset your minds, grab a drink, grab a snack, stretch your legs, and after we show you what's ahead here at the Simple Album Studios for our watch-along trailer, we'll be coming out with some of that probably will be very short. Probably one person here at least will say, nope, we're going to talk about a settlement that was just brought forward in one man's case. So stay tuned.
And now for a taste of things to come.
And we are back. As we remind you here at the Sleep Bible Studios, in Outside Shenanigans, we truly encompass all the wrestling. Again, welcome everybody back to the third anniversary of the Saturday Shenanigans. Again, I am your host, your moderator of the night. My name is Noah Foster. Shout out to Mega Wrestling JJ Williams. Of course, he is right now having a family celebration. I want to give a shout out to the kindest voice here amongst the Saturday Shenanigans. And stay tuned for future karaoke nights. Of course, Natalie, happy birthday again. I hope that you're having a wonderful dinner celebration. All right. And again, folks, if you want your thoughts and opinions and conversations to be known, and you also have questions you would like us to discuss, Super Chat or PayPal, it's as simple as that. Of course, you all make this possible. You all can dictate the conversation. And sometimes a lot of y'all's thoughts and questions come from you all in conversation in and out of these donations. And again, you all make it possible to express this passion and opinion. And we thank all of you once again. As we continue here at the third anniversary, let's go ahead and switch gears now to somebody that people are probably tired of hearing, but it's a topic, so I'm going to go ahead and just simply say it. Vincent K. McMahon. Apparently, he officially has settled now with the SEC for $1.7 million. Insert Dr. Evil meme and sound here. If y'all know, you know. Yes, I know. When I was once a wee lad, I did watch the entire Austin Powers trilogy. It's still one of my favorite trilogies outside.
Me
Rush
too. Don't be shame of it. It's one of the greatest comedy trilogies of all time.
You freaking right. All right. Thank you for that, DJ. Anyway, apparently, as reported by NoDQ, officially is now known the case is closed. Today ends nearly 3 years of investigation by different governmental agencies. There has been a great deal of speculation about what exactly the government was investigating and what the outcome would be. As today's resolution shows, much of that speculation was misguided and misleading. Gee, ain't that some crazy bullshit? In the end, there was never anything more to this than minor accounting errors with regard to some personal payments that I made several years ago while I was CEO of WWE. Quote unquote, the words of the man accused himself. I feel now that I could put this all behind me. Well, again, everyone believes they're a lawyer, even if your name's not Smart Mark Sterling, you wear a suit and tie, and you've never gone to law school, because the court of public opinion is more so accurate and official than the court of actual criminal justice. But again, I digress. That being said, whether you all want to say nope, whether you all have anything to say, Vince McMahon has been settled of his past, as he cleansed of his sins. That remains the pen's opinion. Again, not much to say here. You all know my stance on this. So, simply put, does anyone have anything to say regarding this before we put a nice bow on this, maybe once and for all, in our fandom going forward?
We'll save the best for last here. I'll go last, so everyone else can go first.
Then we will start once again with Ryan this time and go around the horn, but you will be last, DJ. So, Ryan, the court recognizes you first. What do you have to say regarding this? Also, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right. The court now recognizes Ryan. Ryan, please state your case.
What I hold in my hand is the Janelle Grant lawsuit. Okay? I read this multiple times. This isn't going away. A lot of people dim-wittingly think this has gone away. Vince has only settled with SEC. This has nothing to do with the civil case, any potential not white-collar crime that he's being investigated for, because some things haven't been announced yet.
Right.
The U.S. Department of Justice don't put you in their sights unless they have you in checkmate, typically. And they wanted Vince McMahon for a long time. Janelle Grant's case is still ongoing. This settlement, yeah, he's clear from SEC. It does not look good either way for Vince McMahon. And the McMahon spin is wild. That's my case. That's my point.
Yeah, amen. You wanted to be loud. That's why I gave you solo shot, by the way, my guy.
And I respect that without the Law and Order thump, which pretty much sums up everybody's statement.
I'll do it for you. Ding, ding.
Thank you, DJ. Note to self: add that sound effect to the sound effects with the Joe Henry thing.
Oh,
all right.
You're a genius.
Sometimes I'm too smart for my own good. That being said, again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a judge. I'm just a simple man. I also protect my mentality and don't get involved in this madness. But here I am hosting this shenanigan conversation. I might as well be the judge high above the court. That being said, Walter, please state your case regarding this. Anything further you have to say regarding the SEC settlement and anything else going on right now, where at the end of the day, Vince is still heavily underneath the judicial system's radar and probably will be for the rest of his life.
I don't have anything to say. It's just legal mumbo jumbo. You know, take away the law and order crap and give me more wrestling. That's it for me.
In the criminal justice system, these opinions reflect the entirety of the person that states them, not necessarily the entirety of the community. These are their thoughts. That being said, James, go ahead and please now state your case and anything you would like to say regarding this, or you may simply go to a recess by saying nope, and we will go to DJ to close this thing out here. I did not expect a lot to come from this.
No, so I will make my statement known. everybody knows that whether he is found innocent or guilty by the judicial system, there is too much evidence to show he is guilty regardless. Before the sex scandals, the Jimmy Snuka thing and him bailing him out, when that was surfaced for the entire public to see, that's all she wrote for me. I do not ever respect Vince McMahon as a person, as a pro wrestling promoter. He is the greatest promoter of all time. As a human being, he is just as big, if not even more of a monster as Chris Benoit. Both can be true. There you go.
All right, then.
Damn, that was a burial of epic proportions, Jay.
Killing
And that's coming from me, okay?
Killing him softly, and now we're going to get the nail.
Nice, yeah, Noah, he did it.
In defense of Chris Benoit, he had dementia.
True, exactly.
And what I was going to say was Bastion a head slammed through table. We all know what the hell he went through in ECW alone.
Not about to say ECW. You don't come out the same way from that.
I was going to say, name one person from ECW who's a normal human being now outside of RVD, and he has to smoke a shit ton of weed in order to be a normal human being.
And by the way,
Joey Styles?
Exactly.
Is Joey Styles a normal human being?
Real quick.
Yes, actually.
Hold on. Real quick.
Semi maybe, but that being said, James,
okay, thank you. Yeah. At least no one came in with the semi.
The semi. Yeah. Real quick, before anybody thinks we're excusing everything Chris Benoit did, the one thing he could control was get help for all that shit, but he didn't. I do want to point that out there. That doesn't excuse him of what he did. He could have gotten help to deal with it. So that part you have to put on Benoit. None of us deny that. Okay, so don't come at me and being like, "Oh, we're arguing the case of a person who murdered his family." No, fuck you. No, don't take our shit out of context. No.
Well, that's the problem with this community. One false word not listened to, but simply read or heard in their own interpretation. And all of a sudden, you're the most insensitive human being on the planet.
Hey,
nuance is something that's missed on professional wrestling fans.
Yes,
I think nuance is something missed out on society, but I'm not trying to turn it into a more
lately. Yes, I'll give you that.
Now, real quick,
I'm not a pastor, but I appreciate that, and I'm glad I could get an amen from at least the people on screen. That being said, DJ, of course, now it is on you to plead your case here on this matter and anything further. Before we close this topic out in a nice little bow, hopefully, please go ahead and state your case.
Well, before I go on my little mini soliloquy, I just want to say, Ryan, every time you speak, I just like you a lot more because you say all the right things in all the right places and make all the right points. And
you don't know me, Wet.
That was the first thing. Like when I saw Vince put out that statement and all that, I'm like, he's trying to make people forget about the Janelle thing. Like, yes, we understand the government took and seized all your stuff, and you might be cleared of some of that wrongdoing because you paid some of the right hands. We know how the government works. If you know the right people, you can almost get away with anything. Look at the Epstein list. But I digress. We're not going to get into politics today. What I think this was a Vince McMahon babyface attempt turn. He tried to do Brett screwed Brett all over again. And Vince can't come back from this. He thinks he can come back from this because he's so used to being invulnerable, unpenetrable, and bulletproof. He thinks he's the Teflon Don of wrestling. And this one, there's just too much. He can't come back. Your legacy is tarnished forever. Yes, you'll be remembered as the greatest booker ever, but it'll be with an asterisk. And there's nothing he can say or do that's defensible of this. Again, the Janelle thing's going to be settled. We're not going to know there's no way Vince McMahon is going to allow everything to come out, ergo why him and his attorney are fighting for arbitration right now. And I think if they give Janelle the right amount, she'll settle. And Vince will settle this. it won't be forgotten. I just don't want people to go in with the Janelle thing having too big expectations, because how being rich works, you always find a way to get people to settle. So that's all I got to say on it. So hopefully none of my opinions sounded too jaded. I'm just speaking from the realm of reality here, guys.
Yeah, pretty accurate. I mean, again, there's the top 1%, the other 99%. At the end of the day, money talks, money walks. And if you offer enough, then that will make anybody shut up. And that's not a Dr. Seuss novel coming to a library near you. That's just a fact of life.
Especially what Ryan said in the beginning. They took, if the government don't go after people they don't think they're going to get. They have a 98% conviction rate. So they know Vince is up to some illegal shit.
Yep. Ryan, go ahead.
If I can add this, I don't know if settlement is going to happen or not. Vince has already bounced checks to Janelle Grant.
That's true. Well,
That's part of what escalated this. That's part of what escalated this in the first place.
That is exactly why we're here.
Oh,
I completely forgot about that.
If he paid her, she wouldn't have talked.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because it just occurred to me. Yeah, she refused every check that Vince gave her. So he's right. He's actually got a huge point there. And again, look, I'm not one of these people, contrary to what has been said lately, as Ryan said, if you know, you know. I'm very much not of the gotcha variety, but I'm also very much an empath, and I don't like people getting hurt. If a motherfucker hurt people, bring the motherfucker to justice. That's it. Simply put, bow on the conversation right there. So,
well, James, if only justice was that simply capable of being accomplished. But in this day and age, with a corporate takeover that literally could outweigh anyone's positive morale, it is what it is. That's why you try and avoid being part of the conversation. May we never be brought forward as witnesses to any sort of court hearing. Okay, and that concludes this episode of Law and Order. Stay tuned tomorrow night, USA, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, to see the next possible case.
I had a recent encounter in the U.S., legal judicial system where I got summoned to jury duty.
Did you really?
And this is just this last summer. And I'm like, it was an attempted, one of those type of trials, right? And
okay.
And
you were like, no.
Thank God. Or whatever entity balances the universe. I was not selected for jury duty.
Yeah.
At that selection. I got axed.
I got axed too because I was like, I'm too autistic. I'll be too emotionally driven if I hear murder, bro. I
was gonna say, I got a lucky out. I don't want to say it out loud because it's kind of extremely personal, but I have like the best out of outs to never do anything.
We will assume it's family and move on.
Yes, it is family related. That's why.
There you go. Hey, that's always the best excuse, at least with jury duty.
Well, I mean, mine was a vacation I planned 2 months in advance to go to Toronto to see NXT TakeOver Toronto 2 and SummerSlam in 2019, and that's a different conversation.
Oh, I would have definitely said fuck jury duty too.
Yeah.
Well, I had to make sure I legally could say nope, so that way there would be no repercussions. All right,
I would have said civil duty. See you later. Okay,
yeah.
I have the civil duty to Adam Cole. Okay,
I'm in Canada. You can't touch me. Bye, bye, baby. Good grief.
I mean, I think that's such an archaic law.
Pretty sure Canada extradites, but I could be wrong.
I mean,
no, they do. They definitely do.
Yeah, they probably still do, honestly. I mean, has anything really changed since the pandemic? All right, this is getting really interesting.
This is getting extremely political out of nowhere.
I mean, a political podcast. This is not CNN.
No, it doesn't help that you're dressed like a senator tonight.
To be fair, he's always dressed like a senator every night. Like he's the best. He's the most well-dressed man in the entire SRS.
I just feel the need to turn into Rachel Meadows when you're around. Okay.
Well, you'll find out I'm the least political person in this entire world, probably, let alone this entire community. That being said, Vince, good luck in life. That's all I got to say about that. I'm not you. You're not me. I'm going to worry about my love of professional wrestling. And whatever you tainted, may it one day be purged.
I just have one last question. Where's Linda?
She is being appointed to the thing. And she isn't confirmed yet. So,
yeah, I mean, she was once there, and I guess she'll be back. So
she's gonna be the new, what was it? The head of counselor. So what is she gonna teach kids?
She's gonna be the head of education before the president dismantles the board of education.
So she's gonna be the head of education, and she's been A B C D E.
You gotta think.
The most.
You gotta think. You gotta think.
Over me.
You gotta think that she has helped develop the strongest form of propaganda.
Yes.
In the history of the world.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Professional wrestling.
That was the only wrestling promotion in the world for years.
True. That.
Right.
It wasn't.
Yeah, exactly, Ryan.
Okay,
we're good.
We are not playing Ace Attorney if it becomes this political and this debatable. Once we start leveling up game team content here at the Super Level Studio.
Take that!
Objection! All right. Case dismissed. Stay tuned, folks. Check out what's coming up here at Customary Studios. And when we come back, we're going to talk about the global impact that was the worldwide premiere of Raw on Netflix. Check out this trailer in the meantime for Casa D18 Studio.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Damn it! I was gonna have you on solo shot while you're still reading the book. Damn it!
I was reading the last 5 verses of James chapter 1 as part of morning ministry tomorrow. But still, some great stuff coming out. Courtesy of Castlevania Studios. Again, please follow Castlevania Studios, Renegade Wrestling. JJ Williams, of course, plug him later. He's got a lot of stuff coming up in the revamp of his channel. In and out for the love of wrestling and all forms of movies, Disney, and entertainment, as you saw there in that trailer. And again, welcome back, folks, to the 3rd anniversary of what was over my night. Now we're Chris of the Saturday Shenanigans. Again, you all made this possible for us to reach this milestone. So again, we thank all of you, and I hope everyone's enjoyed the conversation so far. Good to see, by the way, Lily, shout out to Batash, and of course Daniel and Nathan Banks in the chat. And that being said, we've had a lot of unique conversations, some fun booking. We all became lawyers and representatives in a court case for a moment. Now we're going to get back into wrestling because it's time to talk about our main event, unless you all pay power super chat to further dictate ongoing conversations. So let's go ahead and talk about Global Impact in a good way with the worldwide premiere of Raw on Netflix. That shattered all possible expectations, I think, for the TKO board, the WWE, and probably Netflix viewers galore, for being quite honest here. As, of course, I'm not a guy that looks into numbers, viewership, that type of stuff, but again, I'm the host, so I gotta do that. So, according to these posts here, Raw on Netflix brought in 4.9 million globally with their Netflix premiere. In and out across the world. There's already been reported across multiple spectrums. The show averaged about 2.6 million households live in SmackDown per video amp, beating any Raw in the past 5 years. Also more than double the age demographic, 18 to 49 audience, versus last year. And apparently the views is total view hours, not by households. Again, as Eric Bishop talked about, apples to apples. This also does not include the only areas the WWE does not reach out to, or Netflix in this case, which is 92 countries, including but not limited to France, Germany, India, Italy, Japan, the Philippines, and South Korea for whatever reasons. And according to
Which
US
he said is
Labor,
going to change. He said that's probably going to change as time goes on.
Obviously, but according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, you think about there's an average of 2.5 people in a household, mine included, 2 people and a dog, so maybe that's the half. Approximately 6 million plus viewers in the U.S. Alone, which again is based on total viewers, not household. According to Nielsen, whether or not you all buy into that, but still a tremendous, groundbreaking global achievement once again for WWE that's been shattering records every freaking time it seems to have done something as of late here in this new era led by Paul Trish event. So I know we want to talk about and give WWE their congratulations. We can even give our thoughts towards what we think about the fact they got this scope out the ball gate. But simply put, where do we go from here? Now, I did see the disconnection with the last topic here from the man, the reliable man. Yes. So I definitely want to bring him back into this and raise his spirit. So, Walter, why don't you lead this thing off? 4.9 million out the gate. Where do we go from here? Do they keep that trend going because they were putting out all the stops? Considering it was 4 matches, all the biggest names showed up, promo, and it was 3 hours. And of course, this is now the 3-hour constant that WWE has to maintain and follow up. What do you think about this, and where do we go from here? Starting with you, Walter. What you got to say?
Well, hopefully they do keep the momentum, but I'm keeping judgment for later because, of course, when something's new like that in Netflix, it was a big deal. So, of course, it's easy to hit those ratings and get everybody. The difficult part is maintaining that. Did you bring new viewers in now, or was it just people saying, "Oh, this is on Netflix now. Let me see what they're talking about," and you got to captivate everybody to keep it going. Now, hopefully, they did that because it was a hella debut, but they did themselves no favor in how they edited the replay. Now, I'm glad they shortened the replay because it has less commercials, but they did a lot of editing with the cursing and the thing, and at least they leave the Hulk Hogan booze. They didn't edit that, but a lot of the cursing and the stuff Rock did is completely edited out now. And that's what I was curious about, whether they do that on Netflix or not. And every episode, or was this first debut was just too bad because Rock was doing a little too much with the cursing, and they edited it. So that's the interesting part because we all were curious about how Netflix is going to handle replays and repeats of old Raws and the continuous Raws that they do. So that was very interesting to me. The fact that they edited a lot of that, but I do get bringing the time down to like 2 hours and 40 minutes, but that's due to less advertisement during the replay. So it has its benefits. It also has its detriments. So. Ooh, excuse me. Woo. We'll see.
Hope you're okay.
Yeah, I'm
Gas
okay.
bubbles are no joke. Trust me, I get it. Continue.
Water went down the wrong pipe. Ugh.
Oh, I hate that shit.
Yeah.
It's worse when it's soda. When it's soda
Yeah.
going down the wrong pipe, fuck that, man.
Oh
Exactly.
yeah.
But hopefully
I've had my
they
fair
can-
shares with these Mountain Dews over these past few years.
Hell yeah, but I said we need to give it like at least a month to get some real data and see if people have stayed tuned, and we'll see. It's funny, I was gonna say the rise and fall of Netflix because that's how the ECW tape was called. But we'll see if they can keep it maintained. But I mean, it was a hell of a show though.
Yeah.
Like you could tell they went all out, and
Very
even
successful.
the canvas and everything, very successful. And it's just I'm glad we're in a whole new era, and hopefully they continue the momentum. But only time will tell.
So the editing of the Rock thing, I think they're doing that to try to incentivize viewers to watch it live, so you don't have to watch the edited version where certain things are cut out or fixed and input. It would make you want to see everything live as it's happening. So it's like, all right, I don't want to miss next time. They might swear and say some bad words, and they may not edit it out through the live feed because they can't edit it out. They don't have that type of stuff ready at Netflix.
Yeah.
They don't. So it's like it's either kill the feed or fuck it, we'll let it slide and we'll hit it in post production.
Yeah, exactly. That was my thing too. And to Walter's point, before I give it to you, DJ, to dig in your brain on this, you can expect fluctuations, but data analysis is not something that you simply just take one piece of overnight. It takes a massive table, an experiment. It takes trends. It takes charts. As somebody that keeps track of a small inventory of an entire facility's database on a weekly term as part of my job in IT. It's one of those things where I was quite impressed by the scope, but honestly, I figured this was going to be the biggest scope they were going to pull out of the gate because, again, the reach out of Netflix goes beyond anything in history of cable or satellite. When they say they were on globally, they were on globally. It truly was world wrestling entertainment brought to the masses on a global scale. But that being said, DJ, 4.9 million. That's the benchmark they set for the start of the year. Where do we go from here? How do you see it changing, fluctuating internationally, domestically? Let's go ahead and dig into your brain on this and filter trade how you want. Go ahead.
So I don't think it's gonna fluctuate downward too much. I can see a small upper trajectory depending on how intriguing people get into these stories, especially around this time of year. We won't really truly see how Raw will be able to do on its own until after Mania, because this time of year now, especially with, in my eyes, the Netflix debut was the beginning of Mania season. They closed out everything. They made sure we're going into this new era with fresh starts on everyone, except for maybe Drew and Jay and Seth and Punk. But Seth and Punk is a long-term story. They might want to push that into Mania. We don't know what their long-term plans for that is either. So in terms of trying to capture lapsed fans and more of the casual viewer, I thought they did a good job. The next few weeks is going to be mainly keeping them on and progressing their new WrestleMania storylines, WrestleMania / Royal Rumble storylines.
Yep.
But they're pretty much the same thing at this point. They're building the Mania. Rumble is the build to Mania.
Yeah.
So they're starting that. The Rumble is where pretty much is where the firecracker goes off. But Raw this year was where they lit the fuse.
Now, real quick, DJ, because there was another thing I wanted you to talk about. You want to, in a more peaceful way without having to call anybody out, if you know, folks, talk about why this is actually a legit number as well, because your knowledge on that, I think, is definitely very good. and I want you to kind of get that out to the public masses. I feel like
in terms of getting these Netflix numbers or any types of streaming numbers, when you want to talk about viewership, you always have to get it straight from the source, because in terms of streaming companies, they don't like to let their numbers out, because in terms of advertisers, it looks bad if they don't have the right numbers.
No shit.
Because say for example, Netflix projected, because they're not giving out that, they don't know the numbers. They only know projections from data from past shows and other shows. So say they're projecting, oh, we're gonna have X amount of subscribers this year, blah blah blah. That's what the advertisers are paying for. So when Netflix are putting out numbers like Squid Games just did 262 million worldwide season 1, okay, that's worth our money. More advertising money for you, Netflix. So that's why companies like that are really selective when putting out their numbers and who they let. That's why you don't ever see like the New York Post or the Times or any big news company or letter or whatever get those numbers not from the source itself. So especially with Netflix, because Netflix are very private with their numbers. Whenever you see Netflix streaming numbers come out, you'll always see that the source is Netflix itself. So when I saw this whole Samba TV thing, 664K bullshit, I knew it wasn't fake because it wasn't from Netflix itself. That was them making up their own numbers from their own data, from their own pool of a smaller pool than what Netflix really is.
Yes. And to add to your point as well, I did find out it's not necessarily, that rating isn't necessarily bullshit, but what that number is it's actually inflated. It's not even inflated. It's a percentage of people who have Samba TV to go to Netflix. That's all that is.
But it's only from smart TV. Samba TV only goes from smart TVs who have that installed. It's not like Fire Sticks or iPads or me. I stream off of my Xbox. So anyone
it doesn't count Roku's either.
Or it doesn't count Roku's. Well, it counts other smart TV, certain smart TVs that have the Samba in TV app. Basically, when you sign up for something, you know how you accept the terms and all that, blah, blah, blah. When you accept the terms, you're accepting that they can take your data and count it towards blah, blah, blah. Say you're one of their 24 million subscribers or something. Stuff like that. So I knew it wasn't a big number, and I knew they weren't taking everything into consideration. I knew it wasn't from Netflix. The longest the number isn't from Netflix itself, and Netflix itself wasn't confirming that number, it ain't the true number. Because again, Netflix is very, very private and secretive and likes to control what numbers go out and when they go out for those advertising reasons. And again, Netflix is publicly traded too as well. So if they're not going to put out overinflated numbers or fake numbers, they're going to give you the real number.
Yep.
Because it's not going to look, it's going to look even worse if they're out there inflating their numbers and giving you fake numbers, especially with shareholders.
Well, I mean, again, how many people try and, cover up or overestimate what they're actually capable of? Like, there's a projection, and then when you don't meet that projection, what do you do to cover yourself to still prove your worth, that advertising revenue? We saw how much advertising revenue WWE was willing to put forward during that 3-hour plus uncensored movie that only had 4 matches. And again, you pretty much cover the spectrum of what that number represents, but it doesn't, of course, tell the whole story, but it does tell quite a good story. You even said yourself, I mean, again,
$5 billion.
Smartphones, smart devices, there's much more than just a basic smart TV with a built-in Netflix app to get access to this service.
Yes.
Yeah, and to finish my point, WWE doesn't get $5 billion if Netflix doesn't think it can make 5 times that amount from just advertising revenue or overall revenue.
Which it did. It did already on its first episode, probably.
Well, again, we're not shareholders or stockholders. We also don't have access to the balance sheet, even though I took classes in micro and macroeconomics. But the jury is still out on that. Before I give it to Ryan, I don't have the sound, but it's time to get mighty with this Mighty Morphin Power Ranger fanatic and my friend.
Hold on, wait. I can get the sound. I can get the sound. Hold on. Power Rangers.
Oh, for the love of Pete. James is too slow for me. Say hello, everybody, to Datilla. Datilla, welcome to the feed. Good to see you.
How appropriate, too.
Yeah, there you go.
Right. I noticed the shirt. Of course, Nola. Thank you. Of course, Nola for life. Nola, first off, you are part of the main topic here. You came before we even got to the plugs. You don't even have to say goodbye, so it's good to have you. How's your day been, first off? And then if you want to talk about the global impact of the global premiere of Raw on Netflix, the numbers and where we go from here, feel free to.
Well, actually, that's why I came on, because, I was actually at Monday Night Raw, so I wanted to join you guys.
She was there live, too, for the experience.
Yeah, I was.
You
got the Gold Ranger staff? Ranger staff.
yes.
Yeah, lucky. I like that.
Yeah, we are muting ourselves because we are now dusting it. Very loud.
It's very loud. Yeah, it's very loud.
So honestly, like, being there live for Raw, I would say was an experience. I was not a fan of the Intuit Dome. Not a fan of that arena at all.
Well, I wonder why.
Go ahead.
But I have to say, it was certainly something being there, like, live. And I don't know how the show came across on, like, Netflix and stuff, but visually, I liked it. Like, I really like the appearance. I like everything visually. I really like the new appearances. But I actually was not a huge fan of this show. I really wasn't. I just felt like it was a lot of overhyped and really didn't deliver. I mean, my favorite match of the night was Seth Rollins versus CM Punk, and that out of the 4 matches, that was the only match I really liked. It's disappointing that we didn't get Penta Es Cero Miedo, because we were in LA, made perfect sense to debut him. See? But I was not a huge fan of the show. I don't know.
That's fair. That's fair. And again, you're looking at it from, and as I said with you last week, and we can kind of rehash this conversation with all of us here. You're looking at it from a perspective of how shows have been when it comes to debut milestones before this, where they kind of blow everything out on one episode. WWE's taken a different approach if you really kind of consider that, and that's kind of like my thing with that. It's not that they couldn't have done a bigger Raw with all these surprises. They wanted to save those surprises for future episodes to hook viewers in to tune in next week.
No, I mean, I get that. I mean, this definitely catered to
the casual.
The casuals, yeah.
Like, which is the big thing. They want to hook the lapsed fans, the casual fans that haven't tuned in. There was one female that was like Googling Roman Reigns. That's gone viral at this point on Twitter if you paid attention to it. It was a funny ass clip, in fairness, but she said she hadn't been watching WWF since like 2000. So, think of that scope of people they're trying to bring back or get into their product. That's kind of who they're hooking into, while they're also ending storylines that have gone on for months. Rhea Ripley and Liv Morgan, hello.
Yeah, thank God that shit's over.
Yeah,
thank God. Oh my God.
By the way, guys, it was like right there.
Oh, for fuck's sake. God damn it.
That is my text message notification.
That's a good text message notification. But
mine's is the Dragon Zord that
Oh, you got the Dragon Zord thing?
Oh, you guys.
Somebody at work.
So have you guys ever heard of Charlie the Unicorn?
Oh my God. It's a magical Leah Florida on Charlie.
My text tone and phone call tone is literally
ring me. Out of all the people that mentioned Charlie the Unicorn, I was not expecting it to be fucking DJ, but oh my God, there you go.
My mom put me onto that, and my life changed forever.
I'm gonna stick to the vibration when I used to do the Raw Namish General Manager, and just leave it at that. Anyway.
The Shenanigans part of our Saturdays, people. This is it.
Yeah, welcome for the first time. Yeah, speaking of viewers, and for those that are tuning in the first time, this is why it's called Shenanigans, and unfortunately, I'm the guy that's at the blunt of it. Anyway, that being said, to this point, and to James' also a point, there is nothing like seeing it live or being part of the atmosphere. Even if you don't necessarily get the experience you expect, you're still part of something that is incredibly
Something.
Incredibly unique. And had to at least once.
I know.
It's one of those things, though, that, again, you were part of something quite incredible.
Something.
It wasn't like...
No, stop it. Not every time. Not every time. We're not doing this
Okay.
again until next week. It's not happening until next week.
All right. For James's blood pressure, we will hold off on doing the gimmick any further, but next week all bets are off to Tilla. But that being said, you were part of that incredible first in WWE history. Yes, it was our debut. It was a milestone type thing, but it wasn't something of this scope, of this reach out. And I think that's the key thing here. For you, I already know what to expect from WWE. I was expecting a little bit more. I was stuck there for 3 hours, only saw 4 matches. What is this nonsense? I was better off buying a $20 drink from the concession stand. And probably that's how much you spend on drink. And God bless you if that's the case. Y'all are fucking crazy out there in California.
You know, I wanted to get an ice cream. That shit was like $8.
$8 for an ice cream? What a wreck!
Was it at least a WWE ice cream?
No,
it wasn't.
It wasn't.
So CM Punk's face definitely wasn't on it. Okay.
I know. So this is why when I go to shows, I try not to buy like food because it's so expensive. You know, I always try to eat beforehand because it's just.
I mean,
crazy.
if a hot dog and pop cost you $11.35 at a wrestling show, you're spending too much when you literally could use that to buy you a loaf of bread, ham and cheese, and get lunch for a whole week out of it. But I'm not trying to have a budget conversation here, especially
That's
with a
why I prefer to go by myself, because I can go hours without eating. But my kid, forget it. As soon as he goes in there, can I have nachos? Can I have this? Can I have that? It's like, God damn it.
I eat like once a day, and my mom thinks I'm crazy, but that's a whole different conversation.
So the funniest thing that I'm starting to realize as I'm older now is my dad can go without eating as long, and then his kid is like, and then he got healthy because of that. But then because I became a thing, or his kids became a thing, and he's like, "Hey, can we go get some food?" And then it's like, well, I guess I got to get food too, and that's how you get weight gained on. Shit like that. You know, you really got to work that shit out.
Exactly. Look at our thumbnail. Like, look what I was before the 3 kids.
Yeah, true. You ain't wrong.
Even when we don't push them out, we gain the weight after they come out. It's amazing. Same thing happened to me after I had my kid. I gained like 40 pounds, and I was like, oh my God.
Hey, at least you could go.
Childbirth is technically an unboxing. That joke has layers the more you think about it.
Oh my God.
So, welcome back.
Oh shit, what the fuck? That's great.
There's a woman in the room,
Again,
A few moments of pleasure turns into a lifetime of pain.
It's like every time he talks, he's more likable.
Is that what she said? Anyway, Matilda, despite your overall experience there, thank you for that simple takeaway from your live experience. What's your takeaway, though, from the scope that the Raw Netflix premiere had globally? Again, where do we go from here? We talked about maybe there being a little bit of fluctuation, maybe some, adjustments in the fan base, trying to get things back on track here. Like, WWE, like, we always said that no company is too big to fail, especially WWE. Now they're bigger than ever before with their 2 flagship shows, each being 3 hours every week, and one of them being on Netflix now every week, the longest running weekly episode television show in history. So, what you got to say regarding the scope of this? Where do we go from here?
They got a lot more viewers on Netflix than they ever did on USA.
Accurate.
First of all, But I think that's just because like Netflix is on a much more global.
Yeah, well, to clarify, and then I'll let Tilla keep going. 2.6 million in the U.S. out of that 4.9 million in global standings, which is still fucking majorly impressive considering what they've been doing on USA. Continue, Tilla.
Yeah, that's still pretty impressive compared to their numbers on USA. But I think that WWE can only continue to get views here from going forward. I think I think their viewers might dip when they do the live shows overseas because they're going to be live overseas, and with the time zone and time zone difference, not everyone's going to be able to watch it at 3 p.m. in the afternoon, 12 p.m. in the afternoon, depending on what time it starts over there. So it's like I see them taking a dip there. But aside from that, I think that I think they're continuing to get good ratings. We can only go. We'll see how the next couple weeks play out. But I don't expect them to drop that much. I don't expect them to go from 4 million to to 1 million.
Yeah, that'll be when Y2K happens again, and the freaking world shuts down because they don't have the internet access. But that's a whole different conversation. But anyway, okay. Well, I think that's. I'm not the right person to ask this question or answer this question, Shadow Batash. I don't know. That being said, Ryan.
Jesus Christ. Well, at least
that is such a great question, though.
It is a great question, and at least it came from a female.
Cut straight to the point.
If it came from a male, we'd be getting canceled.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh god.
Okay.
Ryan, your turn before the show goes straight to hell.
I think he's gonna take it deeper into hell. Go ahead, Ryan.
I want to focus on 2 numbers.
Yes.
Okay.
Go for it.
And first and foremost, I want to preface this. Wrestling fans shouldn't really care too much about the number side of things. Like, we're not TV executives. But there are 2 numbers that are concerning to me.
Yeah.
4.9 million global viewers.
Yeah.
In comparison, WWE's debut on Fox many moons ago did 3.8. Are you telling me that there's only 1 million people globally who will watch this show live or same day? In addition to the home audience?
Basically, the base audience that they have gotten. What you're saying?
That's not a good look for WWE in the long term of things.
Oh, that's
There's
fair.
a lot of spin here that there's going to happen. Netflix have canceled shows for many arbitrary reasons that they've never disclosed. If we only drew 4.9, I'm concerned. Other than that, I enjoyed the show. The show was really good, in my opinion. Hit all the check marks that a debut episode should have.
Yep.
While saving something for next week. And by the way, for context, SmackDown on Fox didn't draw a 3.8 ever again.
Yep.
So it's only downhill from here.
Now,
hold on real quick. Ryan, can you just go a little deeper on why do you think it's concerning that 4.9 million? Just because I was a little confused.
Okay. WWE, it's a brand that's 50, 60, 100 years old in one form or another. All right? People have been watching this company for a long time. Okay? Yeah. There are a lot of Netflix subscribers. Okay? I mean, a lot.
Even with the inflated price, she's not wrong.
4.9 is... Okay, we had 2.6 locally. Okay? That's 2.6 households, actually. Not even total viewers. That's households.
Right.
Okay, so it's not a good look. I just feel it's not a good look. I'm not a TV executive. I can just see history of numbers and see the correlation going forward. WWE has had a damaged brand for a while. It is the biggest it's ever been, but we can't ignore the fact that it's been damaged for a long time.
Right.
The VKM scandals are a lot.
It messed them up bad.
Yep.
There's been quite a few scandals over the years. WWE locally haven't had a 4.9 number in 25 years.
Jesus.
So that's another concerning thing. Like, we used to have... There used to be 10 million wrestling fans in the United States, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Now, we can argue no one watches TV the same way anymore all day, okay? Mediums have changed, but only 4.9 million? Globally? Same day?
Especially
Live?
with no Monday Night Football to be a competitor. You're kind of right. I kind of see
Yeah,
your
I didn't
point
think
now.
about that either. Because think about
Like-
when sports conflicts with that. Continue.
Like, I don't want to be negative. It's a great night. Wrestling's moving forward into the streaming age. But it's hard to look at that number and be excited holistically. Okay? That's all I'm saying.
Oh no, I agree from that aspect. It's not a number to sing home to the. Honestly, from my perspective, I think a viable number globally for them should have been 10 million. That was the benchmark. If you're talking a global reach and global interest of WWE, even hitting your domestic marks with all the subscribers you have to Netflix. Yes, you have to think about time zones when you're talking about globally. So you're not going to have that super international reach, but you're trying to get back that domestic audience you lost. Your potential should be 10 million, especially when the US now is bigger than it was 25 years ago. And I agree and disagree from the aspect of Netflix isn't giving them all this money to get ratings. They're giving them all this money to advertise everywhere, to be able to get advertising revenue.
Which was very similar for the case when AEW went on Turner, was to get that advertising revenue.
And Netflix wasn't really charging for ads before they got this WWE deal signed and penned and papered and all that.
Yes.
That's when the ads deal came into like the game, because they're like, okay, we're Netflix. People are going to want to sell their products on our streaming service. And now we have a $5 billion cash cow. That's a media conglomerate. That's what WWE is. It's not just a wrestling company. It's a media conglomerate.
Exactly.
They can push media out their ass like no one else other. They have access to Hollywood stars like The Rock and John Cena. They can pull out their ass whenever they want as a favor, because they love WWE and everything they represent. So when you have those type of things in your back pocket and someone's literally paying you just to advertise, it's your job to make yourself more interesting. So I think 4.9 is a good starting point to go. I think it's a disappointment if they don't go up from here. If it's 4 weeks from now and they're still stuck at 4.9, it's an issue.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta consider again, they put out all the stops, like you said, Rock, John Cena, Undertaker. You can't expect those guys being on the show every week. Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns. You look at Raw next week, what do they got? They got Lyra Valkyrie versus Dakota Kai for the Intercontinental Championship, Women's Continental Championship. They got Penta Samaro, allegedly, taking on Chad Gable. And then I believe they got Ludwig Kaiser versus Sheamus for the Up Team Timers. Both men lobby, of course, for a strong 2025, where I know both will probably be in the Royal Rumble. Yes, until I see your hand. And Ryan, I saw your hand too. You'll go next.
I have a question. Does the 4.9 count like people that share accounts? You know, because like, I mean, with Netflix, you could share your account. I mean, you know,
that is also a good point, which is why, and it's funny you mentioned that, because this was the same argument I made when I was an AEW fan, because when AEW was doing good, when they were doing good, the numbers they were pulling back then when they were at their heyday, none of it made sense why all their other metrics were up. You think of their attendance, you think of their toy sales, you think of their merch sales, you think of everything that was on the uptick, including pay-per-view buys. They were up year over year. So they were doing very, very well. I think the only thing that was stagnant was the pay-per-view numbers between 2019 and 2021. And then they got the uptick there. So everything was up. And that's why it didn't make most sense to me. So, and this is especially true in this case because you can factually factor in there are people who do share accounts on Netflix. So there is that. So for all we know, this could be doubled.
I was going to say, I could kind of give you more of a direct answer too. The Netflix can directly count how many people are accessing a specific certain account because when you're paying for a subscription to Netflix, you're paying for the amount of accounts that have access to it. And if say if you got 4 accounts in your house and 5 people are trying to access to it, guess what? One of y'all ain't getting on Netflix. I know this because my mom growing up had to pay for like 5 accounts and there were 6 people in the house trying to watch TV at a time. And sometimes I just would have to just go outside because all my sisters would be watching TV and my mom would be watching some type of thing on Netflix.
Yep.
So they do have a way. They do have a way to count how many users are on a specific account to factor that into viewership.
And a lot of those streaming services have a similar form of that where you literally pick a monthly or yearly plan based on how many devices you want to use the service, not necessarily how many accounts are on it. And more so, I think it goes by devices in use for it, along with the accounts. I think they both play hand in hand because you could have an account with 4 accounts on it, but only one of those accounts is actually using the service on a device. So that also might be another thing that plays to that factor. To tell you one more thing I heard.
Well, yeah, like for instance, I was at the show and my parents were at home watching Monday Night Raw on my Netflix account. So
yes,
that's another prime example. And what if some people don't have a Netflix account? They could do a watch party at someone's house.
Yeah.
And maybe like 6 different people could be watching Raw in one household. So I don't know. But we'll see. We'll see how they go from week on here.
That's fair. And again, safety. According to right now, when it comes to the Netflix service outreach, there are 92 countries and territories where Netflix currently is not distributing, keyword currently, does not distribute WWE. And while that does seem like a small number compared to the scope of the world, that's still quite a large additional viewership base that is for Netflix gain if media rights work out. But there's a lot more that goes into that. Ryan, I did see your hand for a moment. You had something else to add, and then Walt has been quiet for a while. We'll see if he has anything to add regarding what we've been saying here. What do you guys say, Ryan?
In regards to multiple people watching the show at the same time, wrestling parties have always been a thing.
Yes.
So don't really know how much of a factor that really is. Some families, wrestling is religion, So, not so much in modern times, but used to be. So, that's where I,
Well,
stop
so
at this point.
to add to your point, though, Ryan, it is wild that they're becoming more mainstream, and yet they have less viewers, at least from being totaled, which is why, and I've been saying this, the Nielsen rating. And DJ knows where I'm going with this because I said it on the Spaces yesterday, has been a crock of shit forever. Because the people that still have a Nielsen system are like 50 and 60, and they have not even included the streaming system yet, which they are still kind of in. If now, especially with the Netflix streaming, are still in the infancy of. So they're not even anywhere near where they need to be, Nielsen-wise. Like, for all we know, there could be as many people as were watching in the Attitude Era. It just hasn't all been accounted for yet because Nielsen's very behind the fucking times with counting everything. So I'm just putting that out there. That's a very real thing.
I'm not entirely sure where Netflix and Nielsen will share numbers and data from each other.
That is fair.
Nielsen typically does give you the numbers of anything that has commercials. If you advertise on it, Nielsen typically does get that. But Nielsen is still only a small handful. The 4.9 number is a Netflix number, not a Nielsen number. So,
but I think I heard from someone, and don't take this with a pinch of salt because I can't remember who told it to me. But the Nielsen ratings for streaming takes a lot longer than it would for cable, so we won't be seeing those ratings for probably like another week or two.
Mm-hmm. Amen to that. Yeah, and plus we're not even considering the after live streaming numbers, which they said they're also going to take into account. So there's a lot of numbers not even accounted for yet.
Yeah, and it might be similar to what CW might be doing with NXT. When I got an email that said that they were replaying NXT on the CW yesterday, so they also might be trying out other mediums of WWE for advertisers to see how well they actually are viewed. I mean, I think NXT had one of the highest record viewerships, I believe, this past week. And probably primarily because The Rock was there. Let's be honest here. The Rock, the biggest star in all entertainment. Let's be honest here. But apparently, overall, it was a huge week for WWE. It's just a matter of how they expand on this or keep it to a degree. Walter, you just look like you're lost in thought, and maybe you're stuck on the final tower of Mortal Kombat. Do you have anything further you want to add regarding this topic or the viewership, the numbers? What do they mean? Or any other like scope that you believe WWE can achieve from all this? What they should do?
Not really. Like, I'm a fan. I don't have stock in them. I really don't. I'm not an executive, so numbers don't mean jack to me. I care more about the product. You give me a product worth watching, I don't really care about the numbers.
That's same, but again, it's one of those things. I just want to make sure you get your fair point in. But
I usually don't care either, but I think the fact that they have gotten 4.9 million viewers just off of what they were able to gather and the limited resources they were able to gather that, I think is fucking impressive.
I think that's a good starting point. That's a good benchmark to start at. Again,
there's the word.
If they go down from here or don't go up at a good enough pace, that's where we could start saying the word failure and disappointment. But I think as a starting benchmark for a place to start at, 4.9 million globally is not bad. It could, yes, it could be way better. I agree with Ryan, and it should be way better, but it's not a bad start. No other company's doing it, and they haven't done that in years. Let's see what they can do. They're attempting to fix the goodwill killed for at least 15 years.
If that.
I was just saying at least.
Well, yeah, that's why I said if that. Again, like they're estimating. So you're about estimating about the negative will that they had that they reestablished in less than a year with this new company led by Paul Tracy Levesque and this TKO board with the final boss, The Rock, and jury's still out there and what the hell WrestleMania is going to look like and whether or not we get our shoot work kickoff party in Las Vegas like we did last year during the road to WrestleMania. But bottom line, good kickoff to the year for WWE. Hope they continue to escalate from here, but as long as the product is good and makes interesting, that's all I care about. Whether you're 250 million or whether you're 25,000 in viewership, whether you're 250 in fans or you're 18,000 in fans, as long as you give me a captivating product on a weekly basis as somebody that only watches all things wrestling, Shadow fam, that's all I give a shit about.
Yeah, and the one thing I want to say that a lot of people haven't really pointed out is this is the first time in years that WWE itself, the company, is a babyface. Like, everyone's always seen WWE as the evil corporation, the evil Fed. They're not the evil Fed no more. This is TKO's baby. They are treating it like it's a different animal. These guys are baby faces now in the eyes of the regular public, even with the Vince McMahon scandal in the back mirror. They're in the best light that they've been in years.
Yeah.
Mainly because Vince McMahon is in the back tied up like a hog to be never seen again.
Thank God. Yeah, and the other thing too is, we're not even accounting for this, and this is completely a side tangent, but TKO isn't the only money-making thing they got. They got UFC, and they're doing gangbusters. Walter probably doesn't care about those numbers too, but we know that they're getting a global reach because we've seen it every show we've covered.
They just bought the bull riding league.
Yeah, true.
They bought the bull riding league?
Yeah,
there's a bull riding league?
You didn't know that? Yeah, Endeavor just bought the bull riding, sold the bull riding championship to TKO in a giant stock deal.
You know what the funniest thing is too? I think Hammers, our old buddy, actually works for them on the side, low key. So
yeah,
that's hilarious.
They got the bull riding. It was actually kind of hilarious because, fun fact, I'm a Jim Cornette fan, so I listen to all the podcasts. And on one of the podcasts, him and Brian were talking about, for fun, the bull riding championships. And 2 weeks later, after they started talking about it on their segment, Endeavor sold their share to TKO. It was hilarious.
What the hell? That's so crazy. And they made a fucking record right out of the gate because of that? That's some aura.
So like so TKO is trying to buy more entities. They're trying to get more things under their belt and under their umbrella. They're even starting. They just started a production, not a production company. Like, is it a production company or something? Something to do with movies and stars. Yes, it's like a. I believe it's like a production company or agenting company or something like that.
I always was under the impression it was an agency. Company,
that's
though.
what it was. Okay, yeah, it was something like that.
They got a lot of these celebrities, to be fair, but like a lot of these celebrities are like, yeah, I get to go to a free Raw and actually enjoy the people I like. But you know,
there is that. But yeah, I mean, again, that's how you build your portfolio. That's how you make your, your intellectual property more valuable, your IP. So, I mean, hey, kudos to TKO and WWE. But again, only time will tell. It was literally the first Raw of this new era.
Yes.
We got week 2 on Monday night. Let's see what happens and go from there. But also, to y'all's point, no competition right now. We're on the road to WrestleMania. And you all know as well as I do when it comes to after WrestleMania.
Yeah, a little bit. Now, Ryan did have his hand up for a little bit. What did you want to say on everything we just talked about, Ryan?
There's been, in the last few years, right, using context clues, I knew WWE was for sale before a lot of people realistically should have.
Yes.
The fact is, you don't fire 100, 200 people in the middle of a pandemic without prepping for sale. Endeavor's purchase of WWE. They did not buy WWE for WWE to be business as usual, right? For its usual self as we knew it just a few years ago. The big thing Endeavor owned was the UFC. Professional wrestling is kind of, and kids don't do drugs, is the gateway drug to mixed martial arts. That's how you expand that brand. They are expanding that portfolio, though, a lot. And I did not see them buying the bull riding league, personally. But they need WWE to be better.
I was gonna say, I mean, the way they're looking, it's starting to look like NASCAR might be next if they're biting that shit. They're trying to become they're trying to really embrace the redneck. We might see Eric Bischoff just be like, "Hey, do you guys want to have a NASCAR that represents WWE?"
We're just waiting for Eric Bischoff to officially endorse like some sort of like beer or something and put it under WWE's umbrella. Just saying.
Hey, it would go over better than Hulk Hogan. I'll tell you that right now.
I was not trying to bring up his name.
They got the power slap thing. That's become more popular than. Whew.
Oh, fuck the power slap.
Jeez, we all think about it. Everyone forgot that Dana White smacked his wife. Okay.
She hit him first.
She did hit him first. There is that.
You cannot be a feminist.
No, it wasn't self-defense, but it was quite ironic. It was the week of the debut of Power Slap.
Fucking, by the way,
the timing couldn't have been more perfect.
By the way,
I think it was a publicity stunt.
If Power Slap comes back, goddamn, please go by the actual Power Slap fighting rules. And I'm talking about like actual slap fighting competition because there's actually safety precautions, and Dana White followed approximately none of them.
And you expect him to actually change that now?
Yes, I do, because he saw, dude, the amount of concussions and the amount of lawsuits that came out of that because of how he ran it was fucking through the roof. I don't think he wants that again.
I mean, hey, some people, they are just,
I feel like.
Yeah, go ahead, Ryan. Sorry.
I feel like some things you get by simply reading terms and conditions.
Yes.
You're going to go on that show and get mollywops. You knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Just probably didn't know
Personal accountability goes a long way.
I know, but goddamn, come on, man.
There's
rules.
I'm about to say, this generation, highly unlikely in all likelihood.
Hey,
whether you're rich or poor.
but there is. But
Take
there was
warning labels off of things.
No, I agree, but listen, there was rules set in place for competitive slap leagues. That's why I say that. If you want to know why I say what I say, accountability or no accountability, go watch Moist Critical's whole series on Power Slap and how much of a disaster that was. That was a very good breakdown as to why it's kind of iffy. But anyway, we actually have a super chat.
Yeah, we actually have a super chat. Thank you, James.
Super
Sabotage
chat!
here with a $5 Canadian super chat here. And since the missed out on seeing Penta Del Niero, we'll let her lead things off here because obviously she was interested to see him. Sorry. So, Datilla, here's a question, and then we'll go around the horn and give everybody's thoughts on this. When and where do you think Penta's first title win will take place? And which town do you think it will be? What do you think? Go ahead and try and book Penta Del Niero's initial WWE run, considering Julia just won the IC Women's Championship less than a year in her WWE career. You're muted about there.
Well, considering that Rey Fenix isn't going to come for like another year, I definitely do think Penta Cero Miedo would win singles gold. Since he's on Raw, I could see him going after the IC title. Cero Miedo. Yeah. Which, by the way, is misspelled. It's supposed to be with a C, not a Z.
Yeah, but I think for branding purposes, that's why they go with the Z. I read something about that ages ago. I can't.
Wait,
make people less confused.
Yes.
Technically, his name would be Penta Cero Miedo, if that's the case. Because in Spanish, zeros, but with the C.
They might just call him Penta for all we know. That's a
yeah.
Honestly, just stick with Penta. Honestly, I'm not usually
Pay Conan his money and just call him Pentagon.
Yes, that, or again, if you really want to just shorten his name WWE style, just stick with Penta because Penta is easier for the fans to digest. I feel like.
But anywho, I could see him winning the IC title. When I think it would be great if they do it like in California, in LA specifically, or if they have a PLE in Mexico. I definitely think that's when Penta should win his first title. I think that would be a huge moment.
Yeah, maybe him. Yeah, maybe him versus Braun Breaker.
If he's still IC champion by then.
Yeah, or he could actually dethrone the Shinsuke Nakamura, and Penta could.
I have no faith in hometown heroes with PLEs with WWE. You're giving me Clash of the Castle Vietnam flashbacks.
Yeah, true.
And listen, guys, I love Penta, but he should not beat Braun Breaker.
Yeah, but he can beat Shinsuke though. That's why I'm saying that would be a hell of a match.
Shinsuke. Just stay away from Braun Breaker. Braun Breaker needs to be. They need to focus on making that guy the next WrestleMania main event in the next 2 years.
Well, I'm freaking, jump in the Intercontinental Championship with Jey Uso moment, and then literally taking it back because of a bloodline storyline plot did help matters, but
no.
Yeah, we don't know if Braun Breaker would even still be IC champion by then, by the time that comes around. So who knows? It could be Sheamus, it could be anybody else.
I will say the way they did tell the story in that match was very well done between Jay and Braun. But yeah, I agree. It was not the smartest thing. But that said, I think that's the way you go then, because I think Penta should win the U.S. title off of Shinsuke. Hell, you could maybe do a whole thing, maybe I would go best of 5, don't do best of 7. Please don't do best of 7.
I was saying, James.
Yeah, please with those two, because I feel like those two could have banger matches, and you get your international flavor for the United States title, which is an oxymoron. But anyway, don't pay attention to none of that. But I think that match for the title, that feud for the title, could actually really elevate both guys in a long run. And Japan versus Mexico, little dream match action there. So there you go.
Now, just to spite us all, he's gonna win the freaking speed title the second week.
I'm glad you said
Gotta
it.
go
You
fast.
beat me to it. You beat me to it. You beat me to it. You bad man.
Walter said, "Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast."
The Sonic X reference to my heart and childhood. And
Now
you're
I gotta
putting
come
that-
up with a better, more smartly retort.
Oh my gosh. That is not a real championship!
That belt, by the way, side tangent before we get back on Penta, but that belt, I'm sorry. I don't know what people are on about. That belt is the shits.
A kindergartner made the belt.
Bro.
It's a speedometer sticker on a freaking thing trying to pass up as a championship.
The speedometer is wrong.
The speedometer is wrong. It is wrong. And that's
always wrong.
So wait, I have a serious question.
Yes.
Is the speed title going to main event on a pay-per-view of Fastlane?
Oh God, no.
It's going to main event.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Okay, so it is a pointless show and title. However, I believe that was a deal that they made with Elon. It's another TV deal, believe it or not.
Are you telling me that this title is going to be endorsed by Tesla?
Probably number one, and number two, yes, I think they're actually making a pretty penny off of airing Speed on X. I'm not shitting you. They're making pretty pennies off of that too. So technically, they actually have 5 TV deals altogether if you count the X deal.
I guess pennies have some value to them, even if the belt is less valuable than the sink it was made out of. But I think that the United States Championship makes more sense. I do like this idea of Penta, who shows zero fear, going up against this dark samurai Shinsuke Nakamura, who might try to instill fear in him if he still has the United States Championship. And again, the United States title under
Pentagon Dark versus Ghost of Tsushima Shinsuke. Let's go.
Okay, I like that a lot. All black Shinsuke Nakamura versus the truest dark Pentagon. I like that a lot. You actually got me to invest in that, and I can get behind that, but I don't think it happens like probably even before SummerSlam. I'm being realistically on it here. That's just my 2 cents on it. DJ, I mean, I know Walter got your take with the Speed Championship, but in all seriousness, what do you guys say regarding Penta? Like, what's the first title that he should go after, and do you think he gets it before, I don't know, end of the year?
I don't think he'll win a title just because I think they have too many other plans to just try to. WWE has been, with all the new people they've been bringing in, have been doing a good job not just inserting them into the top main event picture. They've been trying to wiggle and ease people in slowly. Like Punk is a phenomenal example. Punk is like made his own main event picture.
Sure.
He wasn't the main event, but everything he was in you wanted to see like it was the main event. And they want people with that type of attitude. So I could see Penta getting a couple title shots, maybe for the US title, because it makes more sense, and that's the title picture with more wiggle room. With Braun Breaker, you want him to have a dominant title run and just be dominant in general, because he's Braun Breaker. That's he's the future. Anyone with 2 eyes can look at Braun Breaker and tell you that guy is the future of wrestling. And I think you don't want to put a guy like Penta, who you want to try to get over with his athletic style, with a guy like Braun Breaker, who's athletic in a different way.
Yeah.
So at the speed of Usain Bolt, 22 miles against the ropes. Good God.
Yeah, you know exactly. So it's like the world's best gymnast versus the world's fastest man. It's 2 separate competitions, and
yeah.
I think with Penta, you want to put him in the ring with people who can accentuate his talents. Like Chad Gable, phenomenal choice for his first match. Rey Mysterio, another guy who can have a good feud with him, who knows how to work his style and get his stuff over.
Yes.
And then once he gets his stuff over, then you start establishing him in feuds. And then by the time you start establishing him in feuds, you don't even have to worry about putting a belt on him, because it'll be 6 to 8 months down the line. And guess what? Phoenix's contract will be right the fuck up.
Oh, let me clarify too. That's what I'm saying also. I don't think you put him in there right away, but I'm saying in 6 to 8 months, him versus Shinsuke for the title, that's when you do it.
Yeah, if you want to establish You want to establish Penta's identity and his style underneath the WWE banner, like they did with Julia. Looking back on the CW premiere versus the CW New Year's Evil, initial start for NXT this year, it made a lot of sense for me to see Julia's growth, exposure, and her just being more, aware. And it didn't seem like a foregone conclusion. Now, here it made a lot more sense. Now, what's the future for the Prodigy? Well, that remains to be seen. But yeah, I do think that Penta definitely is going to be bound for one of the mid-card championships, but not at least for 6 months while he is getting himself in the WWE. And you got a lot of good feuds there. Rey Mysterio, Braun Breaker, Dragon Lee. Hello. Let's not forget Dragon Lee was one of the first guys endorsed by Rey Mysterio to also be the future of Luchadores in WWE. Wasilos Escobar and Legado de Fantasma, they're right now in the tag thing, I think. With the
WWE themselves forgot about Dragon Lee.
Yeah. No, honestly, a tag match I'd love to see once Rey Fenix gets out of his contract. And a lot of people are going to be like, what, when I say this? Is the Creed brothers versus the Lucha brothers.
I like that a lot.
That's going to be great.
That would be one of the greatest unwanted matches WWE can put on. Because those two could
so
not.
Much potential behind
And
them.
and I think the Lucha Bros are the perfect team to try to get them and their athleticism, because I think they won't have a clash of styles. I think they can work together great, especially with Phoenix and how athletic he is and how great he can sell.
Yeah.
The only thing I don't want Penta to be stuck with the LWO or Legado de Fantasma. That's the only thing I don't want to happen.
I agree.
No, if anything, I want
too.
him and Andrade to be a tag team. Have Andrade put the mask back on. And
No,
I disagree with that.
I don't want that either.
I think they could be a great tag team.
I'm a little afraid because you notice they're pushing Legado de Fantasma all of a sudden. So I am a little.
I mean, they gotta feed the Monster Machine Gun some fuel before they get back against DIY for the SmackDown Championship.
And I'm happy with that. And another thing I want to say is, I hope the fuck they push Angel Garza in that group, because Angel Garza is like the next Eddie Guerrero, and I've been saying.
No, the way he grew out his hair, I didn't recognize him on Saturday. I thought he was some new job guy, and then I'm like, wait, holy shit, that's Angel Garza. He looks great.
Yeah, he's a good-looking dude. They got him with the women's market too. Like they really can make a star out of him.
He has the look.
He is the next Eddie Guerrero. He is the next Eddie Guerrero, and I know.
Now, unless they break him out, like you said, maybe he should go after the United States Championship.
That's what I'm saying, because he's fucking great.
Like Ludwig Kaiser's trying to prove something on himself, going up against Sheamus and going after Braun Breaker.
Yeah, no, for real. He is. And I love me some Angel because he showed so much of that potential in NXT. I thought he was the next Eddie Guerrero then. And I'm not even kidding. Like, it is actually scary how similar he acts. The only difference between Eddie and Angel is he's more savvy, like more elegant, and not as much of a he is the opposite stereotype. It's a really bad way to put it, but he's the opposite stereotype where he's very like, oh yes, my love, kissing the hand.
See,
all
Jay,
that.
I think he's more of like an Eddie Carlito mix.
Yes,
he has a little bit of both of those.
And he's got also that underlying prickery to him.
Yes, exactly.
He's
And
got his pants.
Another super chat.
So did Taiji though in New Japan Pro Wrestling, but not talking about
real quick before we get to the super chat, there's another thing from Shadow Tash I want to get to.
What?
Wrestling around at the speed of sound. Got no.
Don't make fun of the greatest song ever. That is the greatest song ever.
That song is fucking earworm. Worse than the Sonic R soundtrack, the cheesiest racing game in the history of freaking racing games. All right?
It's the greatest.
Before we move away from the Penta subject.
Yes, go ahead.
This is relating to it. I'm concerned that we are bringing Penta directly to the main roster. WWE uses actual ropes and not cables, in which Penta is used to working with.
Yes.
This is a big reason why Sin Cara failed. And you could say that Penta and Sin Cara wrestle different styles. They do. But Phoenix needs NXT when he gets back.
But I thought that the Lucha Brothers didn't want to go to NXT. That's why they're going directly to the main roster.
Yeah, but
And we are going to learn really fast why that's a bad idea.
I think as a tag team, they should their main roster ready. I think their main roster tag team and that main roster tag team division on both sides need some interjection to it.
Well, that's
As
why he
single,
calls this.
but as Ryan's point, as a single, I do agree. I think, and the fact that the men's division in NXT right now ain't the best. Penta going down there would be huge, and it would help a lot of those athletic guys slow down and be able to work a certain style. Like I said, Penta's still a veteran. It's not like he's
Penta is ready. Penta's been ready since his days of Lucha Underground for the main roster, in my opinion.
I reiterate the point. The ring ropes will argue against that.
He has
Well, I guess
he has to work well.
Enough.
Oops, sorry.
No,
go ahead.
No, and pretty much you got to understand with WWE, no matter where you're from, you have to learn to work their style. They have a certain style you have to work. It's not like people have freedom there to do whatever they want. That's why Ricochet didn't work, because his style didn't mesh with them, and he couldn't work to WWE style of a match.
No.
Ergo why he's in AEW. And I think Penta needs time to adjust.
Sure.
I don't think the main roster is the best place to get on the job training. That's what NXT is for.
No.
You could hold him back, have him wrestle dark matches in the ring, or as long as it takes, or as long as it needs to happen.
Yeah, a little bit.
But there is a very real difference between actual rope and the steel cables that he is used to working with.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think it's because they're starting to see NXT be a third brand as opposed to developmental.
Well, that's why
So
they
a lot of
play the NXT name and just call it WWE. But Sabotage here saying he can't wait until Phoenix joins he and Penta team up, go for the tag team division. Ludwig
It's a
DIY.
she. Hold on. It's a
She.
she.
It's a she. It's a she. She is she.
I said she, or anyway, maybe you didn't hear me. Then again, there's been a lot of over talk with excitements of Penta, but also suspension disbelief that Penta will be main roster capable and ready, because to Ryan's point, it is a whole different environment. I literally talked to the person that makes the rings for AEW when I saw him at Friday Night Dynamite, and he told me about the difference with the canvases and the ropes and how much more of a, I would say, flexibility there is to that versus WWE, where you might as well be up against a rock. But that being said, I do think both those matches, Shadow Batash, I hope you're saying your name correctly, Miss, would be very good.
Badass.
And I do think also, DJ, there actually is more of a sense of depth in WWE's NXT tag team division, because let's be honest here, Fraction was the hardest working tag team last year in WWE. They're still tag team champions, for Pete's sake, and we thought that team was going to implode on each other. And what we saw recently with Ava Ray in this tag team division, they got at least 4 or 5 different tag teams down there lobbying at times for the tag team championships. What does Raw have? 1, 2.
No, I wasn't insinuating the tag division. I was talking about Penta as a single. Penta as a single in NXT, I think would be a better fit for the men's single division, because the men's single division ain't really nothing. It's just Obafemi, and that's it. Trick's about to go up.
Obafemi and Trick Williams will probably get run back one-on-one because it wasn't a traditional one-on-one match. But I absolutely agree with what you're saying. Charles, that's a great match.
No Ethan Page?
What?
No Ethan Page as a singles?
I think Ethan Page is also main roster ready too.
Yeah, he had his run in NXT, and I think he's more than capable of finding his spot on the main roster. Like
Especially after The Rock just kind of endorsed him.
Yes,
that is the rub.
That's the reason I thought he was main roster. He's going to the Rumble only for the fact that The Rock came in and did the whole "You got it, kid" speech, and
you all right.
Yeah, but the only
I just see Ethan Page showing up in the Royal Rumble, but I guess we'll see soon enough what happens with Pentagon and Chad Gable. Sounds like as soon as next week for those that watch on Netflix. But that is then.
By the way, I don't mean to keep jumping, but since it was brought up as a topic, the only reason why I'm saying don't with Ethan Page yet is he's just finding his way around with the serious gimmick he's got going on with Javon Evans.
They tried to finish that out with Javon gets his teeth fixed.
I think you ride that out more. I would love to see a more vicious streak with Ethan Page right now. I think that was the best Ethan Page has looked in fucking years, probably since his days at the North of TNA, if I'm being quite honest.
Oh, he is unhinged. So, I mean, hey, it's one of those things.
Isn't Josh Alexander coming up?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
His contract is about to come up.
expiring.
Yeah,
But we don't know if he's going to stay or if he's going to leave.
Exactly.
Could you imagine?
On a North reunion.
Could you imagine a North American triple threat tag? I'm just booking it now. My markdom is tingling. Freaking! You get the North versus the Creed brothers versus the Lucha brothers. Mexico, Canada, and America. Let's go. This is what North America is all about. God damn it! I represent my continent.
An intercontinental or international, however you want to call it, triple threat dance for tag team gold, or just
who was the one that won the South American title in Rio de Janeiro? I forget now. Pat Patterson or whatever.
Yeah, it was Pat Patterson, I believe.
Well,
First ever
you know what? I was gonna say he might be proud, but I don't think.
Especially disbelief. And of course, we know Josh Alexander will be going one-on-one against Mike Santana, I believe, in a no disqualification match next weekend at Genesis. And speaking of that, unless we get any other super chat or PayPal questions, watch your phones, folks. We're going to run our watch along trail one more time, and then I think we will come back and do some shills here to conclude this anniversary special. Been a great conversation. Again, folks, keep the conversation going if you can. Super chats or PayPal, simple as that. We'll see you on the other side of this commercial break. But check out what's coming up again here in the Super Reliable Studios watch along schedule for 2025 and beyond. Check this out.
Now for a taste of things to come.
And we are back here at the third anniversary of a night that has been rechristened as the Saturday Shenanigans, courtesy of all of you making this milestone possible. Again, we thank you. I also want to give one more shout out. Our prayers and well wishes go out to all those affected by the ridiculous fires affecting the Southern California area. Show your support and show kindness, folks. And again, as we keep the conversation going, Super Chat, PayPal, as simple as that. Sabotage with one more Super Chat, keeping us on the air. Let's go ahead and talk more about NXT, shall we? Because the question here by her, again, $2 Canadian Super Chat, who from NXT is most likely to be called up? Well, if that NXT Women's Championship match showed me anything, I think the Prodigy is on her way up to the main roster because we got to get some fresh competition in Monday Night Raw's Women's Division, to say the least, unless we're going to run back Rhea Ripley versus Becky Lynch. I say Roxanne Perez before anybody else at this point. I still think they're going to hold Trick Williams out a little longer, especially because it was not one-on-one. I know he pinned him in the triple threat, but I don't think your send-off should be a triple threat match, especially when you were literally the brand's champion. Let's just go ahead, right around the horn, give everybody's thoughts regarding this. Attila, once again, we'll start with you. I see you're thinking. You didn't go to NXT New Year's Evil, but you know Roxanne Perez just lost the Women's Championship. Besides her, who do you face most likely to be called up?
First of all, I want to say, Safet, thank you. Yes, I'm safe, but it is unfortunate with those fires. So hopefully,
Yeah, seriously. It's awful, but continue to tell him.
I didn't go, but I did watch New Year's Evil. I got my opinions on that. I had to agree with you. I have to say go with Roxanne Perez. I think she's more than likely getting caught up. And I also have to agree with you on Trick Williams. I don't think it's his time yet. I would definitely be a weird way to send him off with the triple threat, especially since Obafemi. I want to see that singles match between Obafemi and Trick Williams. I think that would be a great. I don't even know why it was a triple threat. It should have been. Whatever. I guess they're holding off to send and deliver for that singles match. But I agree. Roxanne Perez is more than likely going to get called up.
Well, maybe, but I also want to just put this out there. If y'all don't know, Vengeance Day is official in February for WWE, so maybe they do something then. And also, Eddie Ford wasn't involved in the decision, so does eliminate him because it's almost like, okay, he was there, but who cares? It's one of those things where I'm like, okay, Eddie Ford, why were you part of this triple threat if you weren't the fall person? Are they really going to run Eddie Ford versus Obafemi and expect me to believe that he has a greater chance of winning the NXT championship than the TNA championship going to Joe Hendry? Oh, shit. I said his name.
I don't think Joe Hendry's winning at Genesis, though, honestly.
Well, we'll talk more about that here, I'm sure, momentarily. Well, next week when Cindy Predicting returns, if nothing else. Stay tuned, folks. 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time after TNA Impact. Thursday night right now, that's the ballpark. Cindy Predicting returns for the TNA League, kicking things off 2025 TNA Genesis. All right, so we got Roxanne Perez. Walter, you've become basically really part of this NXT as of late, the Black and Chrome. Besides the Prodigy, who else could you see maybe likely being called up?
I think it pretty much is the Prodigy. I think Trick Williams isn't ready for the main roster yet. I can see the little mistakes he still made. He gets a little too quick and aggressive. I don't see anyone else on the horizon really, so I think it is Roxanne Perez is the main one. Ethan Page may be like right behind her, but I think he's got to finish this feud first. So yeah, I agree with it with the consensus that it's Roxanne Perez.
I'm surprised you didn't say Lola Vice or Jada Parker, considering how bad you've been.
They're not ready.
You don't think they're ready? Neither one of them.
Mm-mm.
All right, fair enough. Well, James, do you have any further names that you want to throw out there regarding NXT?
Yeah, I think everybody's got the right idea with the ballpark. I don't think they have anybody else in mind right now. I do think that we will see an NXT surprise appearance in the Rumble, and I do think that's going to be Obafemi. I feel like he might have a thing going on there. If it's not going to be him, it's going to be Omos, who's in Noah now. And by the way, God, has he improved? I just posted a video of him doing the fucking last ride powerbomb at Noah, which was fucking sick. And now I'm like, yeah, he's my guy now. And he already was my guy, but like now he is my guy.
If I was a wrestler, I would not want to take that fucking bump. A last ride from a guy who's over 7 foot tall.
Yeah, man.
Hell no. That's
bring it up 10 feet in the air before you hit the damn
ground. That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Especially in a fucking pro wrestling Noah ring. God damn, bro.
Oh hell no. You would not catch me. That's the last bump I'm asking them to give me. Nope.
They're giving him a lot though, man. They're giving him a lot. They let him do that, and whoever let him do that took it like a champ. But yeah, I really think it's got to be Obafemi, the only other person I could see. And again, there are reasons I mentioned that. I could actually see him kind of take the KO role of this generation of NXT. In that, if they go with this storyline, and I even pitched it to Scully Vibes and to DJ in the last one of the spaces that we did, many over the weekend, that they should go with Obafemi joining up with the New Day to team up with Big E and the Usos, or if the Usos are tied up with the what is it, the Tongans, then maybe the Street Profits, if they can get them back on television.
Jay, it's over. JJ already shit on that when he came up with Ridge Holland being the third with the New Day.
Oh yeah, that's right. There is that. There is that too. Yeah, Ridge Holland joining. Actually, there's your NXT call up too, Ridge Holland. I mean, I know he was already up there, and he's just kind of visiting NXT.
I think his contract's slowly running out because if they were going to use him again, they wouldn't have just pissed in his mouth the way they did when they let Trick beat him after Trick was literally hanging.
Yeah, that's true.
By literally his neck. I agree.
No sold his finish.
Yeah, the fact that he didn't beat him at deadline still baffles me. Speaking of which, DJ, do you have any further names that you want to throw out there regarding NXT call? But you think we've covered the spectrum at this point? Rich Holland was one I was not thinking about.
Yeah, I don't agree with most of the people saying they don't think Trick's ready or he should go up. I think he should go up because Carmelo's right now is floundering. He was the third pick of the draft, and he's literally done nothing in months, nothing of note in months. He's just been there. You know what I mean? And I feel like in order for them to showcase Carmelo, I think bringing Trick up and starting that feud back for around Mania can both not only introduce Trick to the new mainstream audience, can finally possibly get Carmelo the footing they wanted him to get out the gate. So I think Trick's getting called up for that reason and possibly that reason alone.
Sure.
And there's plenty of stuff you can throw Trick into at the moment to make, like, he can be a solid mid-card guy. He can win like a Money in the Bank or something and turns out cash that shit in. You know what I mean? He could be a guy in one of those multi-man matches to make one of those multi-man matches interesting, because we're going to get at least 5 of those this year.
Sure.
So I would like having Trick Williams in one of those multi-man matches because it would give him on-the-job training, more experience, and getting his name out there and getting himself over to the audience. Other than people automatically want to whoop that Trick. He was over last year before the Rumble when he debuted with Carmelo for a save or something like that. And so I know the audience will love him at Rumble. He's gonna get one of the bigger pops.
Oh yeah.
And Roxanne is also pretty much a definite as well. Don't be shocked if Cora goes with her too, because they're Punk's children. And they might do a storyline with a returning AJ Lee.
Well, people have been holding out for AJ. People have been holding out for AJ Lee return, but also Cora Jade. I think she also is one of those that I'm just not sure about because, again, she is coming off that injury and hasn't done a whole lot lately. Why Roxanne Perez, again, she basically became what they wanted to do with Cora Jade, and as I think exceeded everybody's expectations, including her own. But that's fair, and I do expect Trick Williams to show up in the Royal Rumble. If nothing else, that Trick will be the biggest pops and stand and deliver. Ryan, do you follow NXT at all, and do you have any possible names you think that might be called up besides what you have heard here?
In the time we've been sitting here, I do not follow NXT a lot, but I was just looking at the NXT roster. And for the life of me, I have no idea why they're here. I have no idea why these two people are on this roster. They are technically here, according to SmackDownHotel.com. Why are the Good Brothers in NXT?
Oh my God, that's right.
Wow.
What the fuck?
I forgot. I get these guys back up to the main roster where they belong. I know Carl's out with injury.
Yeah,
that's all I care about.
Yeah.
You have established talent. You got the Motor City Machine Guns up there. You got the GOD. You got all of Bullet Club on the main roster that are relevant. Why are they here? Why are they here? That's all I have to say.
That's a good question. Why are they fucking here?
Actually, I would love to see AJ Styles down in NXT and make him a Grand Slam champ and give him that title.
You have Finn Balor. You have Cody Rhodes.
Yep.
You could just let them be the Good Brothers, or I don't know, reunite Luke Gallows with CM Punk at some point. I really don't care, but they should not be wasting their talent in NXT.
I'm just saying, man, the AJ, Finn Balor, the Good Brothers, and they have Punk lead that fucking charge. Ooh, baby. I love that.
Definitely with injury, as we know. After he said he got cooked after that injury that happened during that last match when he came back, unfortunately. So you won't be seeing the phenomenal one for a while. But yeah, I completely forgot about the Good Brothers. Last time they did some irrelevant down in NXT, they were challenging Fraxium for the NXT Tag Team Championships. In a losing effort. I was all the way back at NXT Battleground. I think they were part of the Battle Royal, and I think they lost that too. But yeah, I completely forgot about them. So, all right, but it pretty much stands out that we all definitely believe that Roxanne Perez is on her way up to the main roster, and the other couple people, Trick Williams, Cora J, possibly Good Brothers. I mean, hey, they're still making money. So, I mean, there you go. Well, thank you for that super chat sabotage. Looks like the conversation will keep going. Now, super chat, but a milestone from one of the friends here of the Super Level Studios. Arguably, biggest contributors here. One of the biggest.
Dominguez.
Yes, thank you for that. I'm not Latino. Emmanuel Dominguez. Thoughts on Corey Graves getting demoted, his words, demoted to NXT? Well, we know SmackDown has Joe Tessitore, I think his last name is. Apologies if I screwed that up. And Wade Barrett, the Raw SmackDown team, traded SmackDown. And Raw, of course, now has Michael Cole and Pat McAfee. So NXT now has the Vic Joseph and Corey Graves that are friends. And I guess Booker T as a side analyst. Or maybe Booker T is going to get back to focusing on his reality of wrestling now that's a WID like training ground or something.
Let's hope.
What was that?
I said, let's hope. I'm sorry. I love Booker T. I love him to death, but he's a terrible commentator.
I agree.
Ducky, ducky, quack, quack!
So Nash is yes, me. Like, dude, do you say anything?
I will not take
relevant?
the Booker T slander.
His only good commentary is daring tricks.
Yeah, where did he go? Oh man, Ryan said he's not taking the Booker T slander and he left.
No. He also did that kayfabe. I see what happened. Please follow Ryan. Definitely not James. If you know, you know, folks. Of course, on the social medias, you could plug his stuff so we don't have to grab it for him. Ryan, thank you so much for joining the Saturday Shenanigans anniversary.
Thank you, Ryan.
Hope to see you once again here, part of the conversation. You're always welcome. Appreciate you. Anyway, continue, DJ.
I completely forgot where I was almost going.
The Booker T slander on commentary.
Yeah. The Booker T slander.
Oh, thank you. You know, like I said, I love him, but he's just terrible at commentary. Like, it's okay. He's not like Excalibur bad or Tony Schiavone bad, but he's like, for WWE, he's kind of bad. Like, it's okay. Like, he's Byron Saxton bad. There we go.
Ouch.
Which is,
that's a bar. Considering
the only reason no one has ever said he's Byron Saxton bad is because he's Booker fucking T.
Yeah,
fun time.
Exactly.
You know,
you have to respect him because he's Booker T and not Byron Saxton. Who the hell is Byron Saxton? If you suck, get off commentary. If you're Booker T and you suck, well, I guess you're Booker T. It's fine.
Well, I mean, Booker T, also a WWE Hall of Famer, Byron Saxton, backstage interviewer, part of the original class of FCW. So, I mean, there you go. But I do agree when it comes to commentary. There's a reason why I more so just am like, especially with NXT, you're never going to beat freaking Mauro Ranallo and that team. Ever. But
I think that's the biggest fumble they've ever made in the history of that company is Mauro Ranallo. And I think they should have done everything in their power to fix those bridges and mend those fences to bring him back. because he is a phenomenal commentator, especially for wrestling. The best matches in NXT history are because he's the one calling them. Not because the match itself. Yes, the matches are really good from the wrestling aspect, but he does a phenomenal job of calling those matches and getting you hyped and into it.
Because he actually is into it.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
you're engaged. The bottom line, passion. The passion in the soundtrack that you are hearing when you give somebody a blind view of what is unknown or maybe known to them, and it draws them in to be like, I should watch this. That's what it means to be a commentator in friggin' professional wrestling, damn it.
Yeah.
Commentators are supposed to be the conduit to the viewer. Like, they're supposed to be the representation and the conduit up to the viewer. So it's like, when you look at AEW and their commentators, like, they're really bad at doing that. That's where a lot of people lose interest, because Excalibur just sounds like a mark, and Tony Schiavone just says whatever the fuck Tony Khan tells him to say in the earpiece. And it's literally the same every show, and it's unbearable. I have to watch AEW on fucking mute because I can't stand Excalibur.
I will say it's not all bad on the AEW / Ring of Honor commentary side. I think they should really, really be utilizing.
No, Nigel does a great job, and Ian Riccaboni does a great job as well.
So does Caprice Coleman. They should be the voices.
Caprice and Ian are my duo, all right? I love those two.
And honestly,
if you need a 3-man booth, that's your 3-man booth.
Daddy Mac does a great job on when he's on the panel too. I forget that he's a wrestler because he actually sounds like a human being when he's on the panel. Stop being a wrestler.
Excited fan. He's an excited fan with no bias nature to him.
No, he's an excited fan with wrestling experience, and he would be a great color commentator. And back to the Corey Graves point, I think.
Yeah, back to the commentator question.
With Corey Graves, since Vince left, and same thing with Michael Cole, they've gotten a lot better. And I think Corey Graves going down to NXT isn't much of a demotion. I think he's the guy to put that commentary team and take them to the next level they should be, especially being on the CW now. I think he can add a level of that to that commentating team and make it slightly better. Like I said, I liked Corey Graves and Michael Cole together. I thought Corey Graves does a great job as a color commentator.
Yep.
At least, like I said, since Vince left, he fits the role perfectly.
Everybody on commentary has gotten they have showed they're the goats of commentary since he's left.
Yeah, no, they're not, like I said, they're not seeming like robots. They're calling what they're seeing, and they're getting the story and issues over.
Yep.
But they're not accentuating it too much. They're, like I said, they're making it seem more natural and less scripted. It's more of a quote-unquote sports-based presentation now than it's ever been before.
Which is great for all of us, in my opinion.
I mean, if you go ahead.
I don't think it's a demotion. I think Emmanuel was just viewing it like that. It's just shows the trust they have in Corey Graves to increase the product at NXT. Again, they want to treat it like the third brand, so they mix the commentary team so that we get a better product. It's not a demotion at all.
Exactly. Whether it's a better product or a refresh product, it is something different. And Corey Graves, to DJ's point, as somebody that, again, I do commentary for fun here, but you all think I should be signed for an independent company, whatever that means. It's one of those things where, again, when you have that right soundtrack, when you have that right passion and knowledge base, and you're never going to find a greater knowledge base than an actual worker in the business that cares about the business. Corey Graves was NXT Black and Gold commentary when the Black and Gold arrived on the WWE Network. He is an OG. So if anybody can bring the value of those letters and this young, hungry crop of talent, it's Corey Graves. And he's definitely sounds smarter than Booker T. But until I know, you got to get bounced here pretty soon and power it down. So go ahead and give your thoughts. Do you think this is more of a demotion, or is this more of a going full circle moment where Corey Graves is where I believe he probably will be his most comfortable?
I think it's just temporary until Pat McAfee takes another hiatus. I don't think it's permanent.
Sure.
Well, I know one thing that will be permanent for the rest of the year after I'm done with this week. The original host will be back in the driver's seat. The regular wrestling JJ Woods has joined the fray, everybody.
Yeah.
What's up, everyone?
Good to
There
see you,
you go.
JJ. Again,
JJ.
hope Natalie had a wonderful birthday dinner. Hope you had a wonderful day, and it's good to have you here on the anniversary of what has been rechristened, where you moderate 25 of the 26 freaking weeks of this each year. But go ahead and finish your point.
No, that was it. I honestly think it's just temporary until Pat McAfee goes back to doing, his
ESPN.
college
ESPN college game day.
Yeah.
All right.
I honestly think it's just temporary.
Well, all right. Well, that being said, I know that you're running on temporary power. So, anything you want to plug them up before you power it down?
You could just follow me on Twitter or X at @SL_. I talk Raw, SmackDown, AEW Dynamite, and TNA Impact. Go live on my channel every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, occasional Saturdays and Sundays, and of course for all things TNA. You catch me on Body Slam every Thursday. I did go to Monday Night Raw, so make sure you guys check out the clips I uploaded from Raw, and then hopefully I'll join Noah for Simply Predicting. If not, I'll just send out my predictions. But I'll catch you guys.
Everything but NXT.
Yeah, everything but NXT.
Oh, well, I hope you have a good night. It was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Attila.
Bye.
Get some good rest. Stay safe.
All right, well, I am. So far, no evacuation for me so far. So
there you go.
Good deal.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Go power down. Get some rest.
All right.
Bye-bye.
And then there were 5. All right. Well, that being said, we continue the conversation here because you all make it possible. And again, we thank you for this milestone. And I do see Sabotage that are super chat. I also see Warhawk Ramble. We'll get there momentarily. Let's go ahead and continue around the horn here. Walter, you gave live pause, but this is JJ.
Hold on.
Let's see his hand. You be quiet. You're not hosting. JJ, what do you guys say real quick?
I just wanted to point out, because I've interacted with her now thanks to DJ and Scully's spaces on X. It is Shadow Bat Ash.
Yes.
Her name is Ashley. She actually came to me in messages and said it's not Shadow Batash, it's Shadow Bat Ash.
Yes.
So now that I have been corrected on this, I wanted to make sure first time on when I saw her pop up, I addressed her properly. So
there you go.
Wanted to point that out.
Well, thank you for that, JJ. And Shadow Batash.
Shadow Bat Ash.
Shadow Bat Ash. Shadow Bat Ash. You gotta space it for me, all right? I'm a guy that likes things grammatically correct. I don't hold it against people, but this is the way my mind works, okay?
Same thing with me and Safet. You know, you always say safety. I say Safet because that's the way it's written.
It
she
is
actually came to me and said it's Shadow Bat Ash because her name is Ashley. So Shadow Bat Ash.
Well, Ashley, you have a lovely name. Shadow Bat Ash. Thank you again. And apologies if I screw your name up in the future, which I likely will because, like wrestling, botches are always a thing. All right.
And let me just say, as far as this, I like Corey Graves being back in NXT.
Yep.
You know, NXT was his stomping grounds. You know, a lot of the DVDs that I watched of your NXT, the black and gold NXT, he was like that voice there. You know, he was the constant. He was like hearing Jerry Lawler on Raw. Corey Graves was that dude for NXT. So him being back there, maybe that'll actually start to phase Booker out, since Reality of Wrestling is an ID program. You know, maybe we can get Booker and his goofy, I like it. Yeah, man. Out of there and get to some more serious commentary with Vic Joseph.
Please.
Well, Vic Joseph prove how far he's come as far as a play-by-play commentator. I mean, people were excited for the days back in the older regime where he was on Monday Night Raw as a lead commentator. He's a great sound piece for this NXT, and he's got a decent amount of knowledge when it comes to the people there, where I've even heard him acknowledge NJPW and Stardom. So again, I respect Vic Joseph, but I think Vic Joseph and Corey Graves, we're going with duo commentary teams WWE. That's the team you need right now in this NXT. Walter, do you have anything further to add regarding this before we move on to our next super chat?
Nah, I don't have anything else.
I feel like Booker was good for the 2.0 era, but now that they've evolved past that, Corey Graves is good for this silver and black era.
Yeah. It represents the attitude of this era, and it represents the type of talent and the type of push that we have here. So for me, it just checks all the boxes. And
Yeah,
to
and it's
James
just one more thing that brings it back to your black and gold NXT.
Yep, sure.
To a degree, the black and chrome, it's nice. I'll give you that. It's not black and gold. It's not going to be what it used to be. But to a degree, you're absolutely right. This definitely is an NXT I could far tolerate. Now, if they get the commentary in order, then I might actually watch it on replay weekly base. For now, though, I'll stick to the 10-minute highlight on the following day. But again, different conversation. All right, well, let's keep going here with the conversation as Shadow Bat Ash gave us another $5 Canadian super chat. And this one might literally be just on me. I said it right that time. Do you
No,
think
you did.
that? Thank you. Thank you.
It's just that was the other thing she pointed out in the spaces was how I always make sure to comment about how her super chat is Canadian.
Well, like it's a CA, all right? I recognize
Canadian, eh?
Canadian. Anyway, do you think Hiroki Goto will become IWGP Heavyweight Champion at New Beginning at Osaka? And if not, who do you think? I think that's what she's trying to say. Will end Zack Sabre Jr.'s reign. Ooh, well,
That is difficult.
yeah, about to say, when Zack Sabre Jr. survived Shota Umino for 43 minutes and Ricochet for an additional 16 on back-to-back nights, I think the frontman's going to be one of those that could surpass Kazuchika Okada with his drive right now, unopposed for this championship. But looking at this new, younger, hungry crop of talent that's being groomed here in New Japan Pro Wrestling, in the long run, if they go with this dark here after what he did with Kenny Omega, I can see Gabe Kidd actually trying to do this.
Thank you. You took the words out of right out of my beautiful mouth. I was gonna say the exact same thing.
Thank you. That DJ is a New Japan Wrestling fan. He's got even more respect for me. Respect. I don't think Hiroki Goto does it, by the way. He's never been IWGP Heavyweight Champion in his illustrious career. But it's going to be a big moment. And while there have been shakas in Osaka, I don't think he does it. Why I did echo DJ Summits. Please feel free to further elaborate upon that. And what do you think of his current run as a War Dog, holding this Strawweight Championship and pursuing what we now know at the New Beginning Osaka, the Global Heavyweight Championship held by Yota Tsuji?
Well, in terms of the Zack Sabre thing, to continue on that point first, I think he's doing a great job in terms of being the top guy now for New Japan. I didn't see him being that guy a couple of years back.
No.
And the fact that he transformed himself, he still works the same. Like his matches hasn't changed different, but the thing that didn't really get me into Zack Sabre Jr. wasn't his matches. It was the fact that he changed his look. If you look at him now compared to 5 years ago, he's a completely different man. So the way he's transformed himself and been able to market himself, I can see him being a future WWE star, and him with Gabe Kidd. And Gabe Kidd, the way he just had a banger with Kenny Omega, and Kenny Omega basically knocking off the ring rust. Those two guys are going to be the future of New Japan.
Yes, 100%. And they're both from the UK, man. Like the UK is
Ain't that ironic?
I remember seeing both of those guys really showcase in Progress and WCPW respectively, and they have come so far since. And again, a lot of people like to criticize how, Zack Sabre Jr. looks, very skinny, but dude, if you saw his match with Kurt Angle in Progress Wrestling, it was a thing of beauty. He was a star then as far as in-ring technical prowess. He showed his promo ability in New Japan Pro Wrestling, calling everybody a dickhead. Like if Will Ospreay loves to say "bruv," Zack Sabre Jr.'s favorite word is "dickhead," but he is a tremendous talker. He knows how to talk his shit. So regardless of how you think he looks, like Simon from the In-Betweeners, he is fantastic in ring. There's nobody better. And I think you could say the same thing about Gabriel Kidd. I think both of those guys are the future of that company, and I think they're really going to build those two in the future. I think those are your aces right now. They both make their wrestling matches look like a fucking struggle and a fight in different ways. And I think you have those two clash eventually in the main event next year at Wrestle Kingdom if they want to build to that. I mean, we're off to the races as far as those two go, man. Like, they are phenomenal, like, as far as wrestlers go. And, you know, as much as I was not looking forward to how the card was haphazardly built, the match of the entire Wrestle Kingdom Wrestle Dynasty weekend was Gabe Kidd, was Kenny Omega, in my opinion.
And Gabe Kidd did a great job at doing backing up what he was going to do. Like, that's 100%. The thing what makes you a good wrestler. Being able to talk up your issue and make people want to see you, and then you deliver on that. Because when you deliver, okay, I definitely want to see you again because you're gonna deliver. You get that reputation of being known to deliver. And with Zack Sabre Jr., I think he's the perfect guy in New Japan's current situation right now, where they have a lack of stars and a lack of interest, to where you can create having new stars by just this guy having matches with them. If this guy can get a great match out of you, people will be interested to see what you can do next because you had a great match with Zack Sabre Jr.
Yeah, 100%.
And again, we talked about Zack Sabre Jr.'s rise in New Japan Pro Wrestling. We talk about Gabe Kidd truly demonstrating the lion mark spirit New Japan Pro Wrestling, making Tanahashi cry on commentary. I mean, that's a self-endorsement right there, considering Tanahashi saw the growth of Gabe Kidd since he was the young lion. Gabe Kidd right now is a first bout winning pick for me for both New Japan Cup and the G1 Climax this year. I see him winning at least one, if not the other.
The other thing, too, I want to point out is, like, he lost the match and he still delivered on his promise, too.
And he was still endorsed as the home defending hero the following day at New Year's Dash when he came out with the War Dogs.
Now, and I didn't understand because, like, you know, there's been a lot of chatter about how they haven't really done well with the partnership leading into this. All of a sudden, it kind of fell off. So I didn't understand why Hiroshi Tanahashi cried because I never seen the guy get that emotional. After watching that match, I get it. I mean, those two fucking wrestled their ass off.
It was one of Kenny's better It was one of Kenny's better matches, especially it's his first match back. I think there were some points where they went a little overboard, but that's just normal Kenny Omega New Japan shit. So I took it with a pinch of salt. At least they didn't do this shit in AEW. If they did this in AEW, I'd have to be 10 times more critical of it. But it's also Kenny's first match back, and I know he wanted to show everyone what he can do now.
And he can still do what he did previously. You got all the best stops. You got the table. You got Rise of the Terminator. You got the reckless abandonment to his own well-being, his opponent's well-being. And then they sewed in what felt like blood combat in the middle of the ring.
Yeah.
I'm just worried about how long Kenny can keep it up at this pace.
Yep.
With all the mileage and all the bang up parts he has. Like, don't get me wrong. I was never of the aspect of Kenny Omega is the best wrestler ever or was ever the best wrestler in the world. I thought he was good at the style he does. And he does a great job at getting you into the crazy shit he can do.
Yes.
Kenny Omega is great at being a spectacle. But as a professional wrestler, I think there's a few things he's lacking. He's not a great promo, ergo why he doesn't talk much. And why they gave him a manager immediately in AEW. He doesn't have the best personality. He's just a video game nerd. He's adamantly open about that. Not really many in the world of wrestling, people don't want to get into a video game nerd. They want to see a big, strong, badass guy who likes to beat people up.
Sure.
At least from my perspective of people who love wrestling.
Sure.
So, like,
again, that's one of infinite perspectives, but please continue.
But, like, in terms of in-ring work, Kenny Omega's top 5. He's great at what he does. He's phenomenal at what he does.
Yeah.
And over the years, Kenny Omega's developed like wine. Because you have to look back at his shit to realize now that everything's all watered down, because of him, you realize, damn, Kenny really wasn't that bad.
Yeah, because Kenny actually knew how to subject his big matches and tell a fucking story too. That's
Exactly.
a lot of
So
people
like, I think my issue with Kenny was Kenny took a lot of small things from wrestling he liked and just added them to his repertoire without knowing full context of what you're supposed to do, how they're supposed to do it, and blah blah blah. He just thought it looked cool. And a lot of with Kenny now that he's the innovator of a certain style and set of wrestling, a lot of guys coming up from in this new generation of wrestling just go out and do all the crazy shit Kenny does for no explanation, just because they know it's going to get a cheap pop. No one's going to remember it. No one's going to sit here and recollect the time someone did a double triple Lindy through 3 tables that was lit on fire.
Unless you have a proper story
with it. So like,
yep.
I think Kenny, and I even think Kenny's now realizing this in his older age now that he's had more experience in his life on the main stage.
Yep.
I think he's going to worry about trying to be more storytelling. He just tried it with Gabe Kidd with the whole shoot work. When have you ever seen
did
Kenny
fantastic with it
do
too.
a shoot work angle ever?
For Kenny Omega, he did an ace fucking job.
Kenny never does the shoot angle thing because he's always too comedy joking. He doesn't take it seriously.
But therein lies the thing, because he has grown up. And I've been saying it, DJ. I said, CM Punk grew up when he was there. Cody Rhodes grew up when he was there after being there for a while. Kenny Omega was after them. He really grew up and got a refined taste in psychology, and God, did that pay off with him?
Like I said, this Gabe Kidd thing was completely different than anything else I've ever seen with Kenny Omega. Every other feud or rivalry he's ever been in has been with a friend and because of friendships. And this was a very, very great palate cleanser, at least in my opinion, of something realistic. Kenny trying to do something that actually related to wrestling, not friendships, not video games, not bullshit. I don't like this guy. He's been running his mouth, and now I got to go handle business and beat the fuck out of him.
Which is great, but to be fair to Kenny, it wasn't every feud in New Japan either. He had his rivalry with a lot of the people in the Bullet Club when he became the leader and before he even became the leader. There was one rivalry where it was about friendship with Kota Ibushi. That's one of the better modern stories ever told, especially considering the bisexual nature of that whole thing. Very much a modern type of story there. There was the thing of trying to just prove he was the fucking best, which was New Japan's strong suit at that point, him and Kazuchika Okada. So this isn't the first time that Kenny Omega has not had a feud that wasn't just involving friendship, but it has been the first time since he's joined AEW. You are correct.
It's been the first time in a decade.
Yes.
I will give you close to that, especially when it came to the fight on emotions, his own words, and moral code when it comes to the aspect of what professional wrestling is and can be when it comes to challenging the mentality. When he faced Hiroshi Tanahashi, of course, when he came in as IWGP champion of Wrestle Kingdom 13. But bottom line, getting back to this question, no on Goto, and right now I'm all in on Gabe Kidd becoming the next guy to lead New Japan Pro Wrestling, his own violent way. Who knew a dark hero could be the greatest thing that you could have in your company? A vigilante of sorts, just saying. Gabe Kidd proved that at Wrestle Dynasty. Walter, you got baptized in the waters of Japanese professional wrestling all last week when we covered everything. You barely know where he could go, though, but we talked about him a little bit. Do you think he gives us a shock in Osaka or he fails? And do you think there's somebody else that can take away from Gabe Kidd?
Walter, you're muted, buddy.
Bot.
I don't think there'll be a shock. I think Zach is going to carry this title for quite a while. But, Gabe Kidd might be the one. But then again, with AEW's working relationship, I wouldn't be surprised if a Kenny Omega goes back and gets that title one last time. Just gets one last run. I wouldn't be surprised if Okada goes back there. Takesha goes back there. Any one of them AEW big time goes back just to reestablish the relationship that AEW has with New Japan. So I wouldn't be surprised if any of them go back. Especially, I wouldn't mind Okada doing it. But yeah, I know. But I think it's Gay Kid.
Okada's
Like,
too
I'm
up
big
to
in.
go back. I know most people don't want to admit it because most people aren't looking at it and can't see it the right way. But Okada is not the same Okada of old.
No, he's not.
He's too broken down. He's too beaten up. There's too many miles on his body.
I mean, think about how many days he carried the championship. DJ, over 2,000 combined. His last run, he was putting every young boy in his own face from friggin' All Japan and Noah and beyond. I mean, come on now.
Yeah.
The reason he took the AEW paycheck because of the schedule, and is because he could work an easier, lighter style compared to the New Japan one in the ring.
Exactly.
So like Okada, like I said, compared to everything I've seen of Okada in New Japan, he's been going through the motions in AEW. He does not need to go back to New Japan. Let him finish his run in AEW and ride into the sunset.
Yeah, let him relax. He deserves it in my opinion for what he did to New Japan.
But Takeshita, on the other hand, that guy is built for New Japan, and he would thrive there. He needs to get as far as fuck away from Tony Khan as possible. Beg New Japan to buy out his contract from Tony. I don't care what the fuck. Sign 20 NDAs if he has to. Get out of there. Takeshita, go to New Japan. You'll make more money. You'll get a bigger name, and I promise you, WWE will give you a bigger contract in 2 years.
Well, also, I think it goes down to not just money, but morale, and he'll also be more happy. But JJ,
he'll be used way more. How do you not use a guy with the talent of Takeshita?
I'm not the booker. I'm not the one to ask that. You will never get the true answer.
Phenomenal talent, other than the Will Hobbs match that just happened. And again, I think that wasn't the best match just because it was a clash of styles.
Sure.
Right.
They did what they made best out of the situation, what they had. But I think Takeshita should be going against athletic not gymnastic guys. How do I explain it? But athletic high flyers like a Dante Martin or an Action Andretti, or younger, faster guys like that. Not Will Hobbs, who relies on just power.
Yeah.
Like and
Hologram.
Or a hologram, because again, Takeshita and Will Hobbs in there. Takeshita took away everything from Will Hobbs because he towers over Hobbs. He's damn near the same size as him, and he can do all the same shit and is slightly can do more athletic, amazing shit than Hobbs.
No, it's a complete package. JJ, do you have anything further to add regardless before I give it to James before we move on to this? Like, do you have maybe a name from AEW that you think could come over and maybe try and take the tower from Sesame Jr. or based on what we basically said about Gabe Kidd? Do you agree with our summit? I know you don't watch a lot of New Japan outside the America stuff we cover, but you know my fandom, and I know DJ's fandom. Respect. So, I mean, do you have anything further you want to add regarding this?
The first name that came to my mind, and you guys kind of already dismissed him already, was Kenny Omega. You know, with the diverticulitis that he just overcame, like I could see him getting a glory run, not knowing how long he's got. You know, Brock had the diverticulitis in UFC, tried to come back after that, and pretty much immediately had to retire from UFC after his first fight back from that. Go back to WWE where he was able to work a much, much lighter schedule. We don't know what the future holds for Kenny Omega after his diverticulitis, after being gone for 16, 18 months, whatever it was. You know, he's had 2 banger matches back from what I understand since returning to Wrestle Kingdom, Wrestle Dynasty. A lot of people are retiring this year. We could not know it at this point, but this could end up being Omega's last year if that diverticulitis kicks back up with him.
Mm-hmm.
And because I don't really watch a whole lot of New Japan, I've never seen Omega Zack Sabre Jr. I know that would be a banner, whether they fought against each other before or they haven't. Like, give me that match. Give Omega, you know, a quote-unquote glory run. not knowing if it's the end of his career, not knowing how much longer Omega may have left.
JJ, I got a question to add to that. Would it mean? What do you think would it mean more to Kenny to win at the company where he made everything, or win a championship at the company he literally made?
I think it would mean more to win something. If I'm being honest, I think it would mean more for him to win something at WWE because it's the unconquerable at this point. He hasn't made it there yet. But out of the two, New Japan is what made Kenny Omega Kenny fucking by God Omega. So I think it would mean more to get one more run there as opposed to an AEW.
And honestly, at this point, WWE, you could say it's the end all be all. You could say without that, your career is not accomplished. But in this day and age of this shared business where you could basically thrive and make it anywhere and be something anywhere else, if he doesn't make it necessarily in WWE and get that title there or that big WrestleMania moment, I don't think it means that Kenny Omega's career goes without fully achieving everything. Basically, you don't need WWE to achieve everything in the professional wrestling landscape.
No, I don't know about that. He's a Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame member. Okay,
it depends how much you buy into that
all
stuff,
you need
DJ.
in life is the approval of Uncle Dave.
I mean, if you baptize yourself in that approval, then you are foolish, and I'm just going to leave it at that. I get the sarcasm, I get what he's saying, but the bottom line, and thank you, Ash, by the way, I'm just going to simply call you Ash because you are far more elegant than Ash by Elegance in TNA, and I appreciate your support. But yeah, Gold don't know, and right now I'm holding out for Gabe Kidd versus Saxby Jr., main event, Wrestle Kingdom 20. Okay. That being said, King, good to see you, by the way, as we move on from there. And once again, Ash, I'm for now on just calling her that. She thankfully told I can do that. I want to make sure I treat her right. Thank you for that.
Yes.
So, Ash, with another $5 Canadian
Ding.
super chat.
Yes.
Do you believe that the AEW partnership is one-sided, or is it a balance? What would you do to improve the partnership? Okay, JJ, I'm definitely letting you spearhead this conversation. So,
and by the way,
on mute.
Real quick, Warhawk, we will get to your super chat right after that one, but because this kind of leads into this, that's why we went on to this next. So we got your comment. Don't worry.
All right, go ahead, JJ. What do you got to say regarding this partnership? Do you think it's one-sided? Do you think it's balanced? Because I want to put this out before you speak. Chris Charlton was very outspoken during commentary, the duration of the night, particularly at Wrestle Dynasty, when it came to the AEW side of things, involvement, representing or expanding the outlook of New Japan Pro Wrestling through this interpromotional showcase and these partnerships that have led to these Forbidden Door unique situations. And the fact they, of course, got Switchblade Jay White, Will Ospreay, Kazuchika Okada, some of the biggest names from the company, Japan Pro Wrestling, have gone into AEW. And Chris Charlton's been very vocal about that, to the point he's been indefinitely suspended. So what do you guys say regarding this partnership? Do you think there's a balance? Do you think one side's getting more than the other? If so, how would you improve it?
I know very little about their partnership, but from what I can see, and I'm probably the worst person to ask about this if I'm being 100%, but it's a super chat. I'm going to do my best to reply to Ash here. But I look at their partnership a lot in the same vein and the same way that I look at the NXT and A partnership. On the surface, to the untrained eye, it looks like NXT and AEW are getting a clear lopsided advantage in the deal. But the way I look at it, the way I think people that know business look at it, and maybe I'm wrong, I think it's completely balanced because of the fact there's a lot of people in the American markets that don't watch New Japan Pro Wrestling on a regular basis. You're a madman. You watch all things wrestling, hence ATW, all things wrestling. You watch everything under the sun. But not every fan in the US is like you.
True.
So a lot of people's first experience of Osprey, of Takeshita, of Okada, is watching, of Zack Sabre Jr., is watching things like the Forbidden Door, where the New Japan talent comes over and has matches with the AEW talent. So the New Japan side of things is getting this huge exposure in a market that they don't really get exposure in, because they had a 1 hour weekly television show on Access immediately following TNA, but how many people tuned in to watch matches that weren't live, weren't even current, were 2-3 months old? Because they're doing on Access kind of what NWA was doing with Power on CW. They're out there filming a 3-4 hour would be pay-per-view and chopping it up into 4 or 5 week episodes. So we're seeing shit from Wrestle Kingdom in January in the middle of April when we're leading into WrestleMania, because of how the breakdown is.
Sure.
So, and it's the same thing by the comparison I made with TNA, the NXT thing. Very few people have access. It's hard for a lot of people to see it. So they're getting the exposure by getting put on the WWE product, on CW, on USA, new set of eyes, fresh eyes. In return, AEW and NXT/WWE, since they've pretty much dropped the NXT logo off of their PLE specials, leading to speculation that NXT is once again a third brand. Whole other argument for a different show. They're getting their eyes on talents that they may want to sign and bring into their company. Once their contracts are over in New Japan, in TNA, like Jordan Grace's is going to wrap up at Genesis weekend, like Josh Alexander's is supposed to end at the end of the month, possibly beginning of February. Forget the exacts there. Like Joe Hendry's is supposed to end at the end of 2025. They're getting eyes on these talents and like, hey, is this an investment we want to make to bring to the big times? Clearly, AEW found some names. Jay White's another one. Juice Robinson's another one, in addition to the ones I already named. They offered all these guys contracts. They signed. They became all elite. Some people look at that as rating talent, taking all the good names. It's lopsided. But they've gotten the exposure. The company, is still getting that boost for their pay-per-views. People that see Zack Sabre Jr. on Forbidden Door may tune in and buy Wrestle Kingdom, may buy Battle in the Valley, may buy some of their other big shows.
Yes.
So for me, being the worst person to ask, I feel like it's very even keeled.
Okay.
All right. So we got an argument for balance.
So,
well, I mean, James, do you want to go? We'll go crisscross here. You want to go next? What's your thoughts on this?
I think it's a lot more lopsided than a lot of people understand. And I say that because this isn't even my knowledge. This is Marie Shadow's knowledge, and she's been following the business aspect than I even could have.
Good person, by the way.
Yes, I'm glad you know her. Yeah, she's really awesome.
And let me just say before you elaborate, I figured you would say that it's lopsided because you watch New Japan a lot more than I do. So I was totally expecting the top tier to think it's lopsided. I don't know how DJ feels. We'll get to him momentarily, but I think
DJ and I will probably share a lot of the same.
But I was totally expecting you guys to say it was lopsided.
So we got one balance, we got one lopsided. Let's hear the lopsided argument.
The reason why it's lopsided to me, and it's truly this simple, is because look at WWE's partnership with Noah and look at how they're treating the stars over there and how Pro Wrestling Noah has grown with limited access to talent and how much New Japan has shrunk audience-wise and merch sale-wise in comparison with the amount of talent AEW lets them have and the amount of talent New Japan lets AEW have. I'm starting to see there's a problem there because, you know, there was some shooting with, I forget his name entirely, so somebody could probably remind me, but I think it was 2G, right? Who said, we got to stop letting these guys come in, take spots that we have rightfully been fighting for and in the rankings of. Like, what are we doing allowing these AEW guys to come in? It gives us a bad look. You take a look at Konosuke Takeshita, and I totally agree with what you're saying about he should probably be in New Japan. No doubt about that, DJ. But why is an AEW guy going over almost the entire New Japan roster until he finally loses in the semifinals? That makes your homegrown talent look like they're not as important, and that it's the law of diminishing returns. Whereas you look at Omos, and Omos is getting there, and yes, he won the tag team titles there too as a WWE superstar. But the difference is, look at the motherfucker. He's huge. Dude could do a last ride powerbomb. We just talked about it earlier, and it's believable, right? Because he's 7 foot tall, he's a giant, and Japan has typically promoted giants as major attractions. He's already one of Noah's big stars. He's not even officially signed to the company yet. So therein lies the difference there. And you want to know something else, and this is just my analytics. I'm not going to be like, what was the guy's name that said, who DJ might remember his name. Somebody said, oh, judging by my poll, you know, people would tune into AEW and there would be 100,000 viewership increase when they go to Max. Who the fuck said that shit? I forget.
Oh, I know who. I'm not gonna say his name, but I know who you're talking about.
Okay, so you're aware of who I'm talking about. All right, so we won't mention his name. But on my channel, and this is just my growth, everybody knows, by the way, I actually hit 5,000 subscribers. Thanks you to him, and thank you to Walter, who sadly had to bounce. Seriously, thank you guys so much for that. And I gave you both personal voice messages for that. You guys got me over the hump with that. But here is just this, right? For Pro Wrestling Noah, the show for Noah, right? Noah the New Year did 1,137 views on my channel. Whereas every other New Japan show, and even Marigold did pretty good, and that's the second, but it's a distant second at 279 views. Wrestle Dynasty and Wrestle Kingdom did a whopping combined, since they like to combine numbers a lot of the time. Let's see, 223, 65, over 300 views collectively. Therein lies the difference. That's why I don't think it's been beneficial, because there is a lot more people interested in Pro Wrestling Noah in the partnership going on with WWE than there really is with AEW and New Japan's partnership. And quite honestly, vice versa, because I think they've seen it for so long now. It's not even new. You know, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just kind of a new flavor type feeling, but like, to me, it feels imbalanced. My opinion.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, JJ, you have a rebuttal before we go to DJ?
Not really a rebuttal, but more of a question. Do you think that's more of, new flavor, or could it just be that so many people have been soured on AEW altogether?
Sure. Yes.
That nobody really cares? Because going to the numbers like you were bringing out, Fight for the Fallen on my channel, which generally my channel does the best in numbers because it's the more recognized channel out of all of us.
Sure.
Fight for the Fallen only did 51 views on my channel.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, with the exception of New Year's Evil, which is the most recent one, is in triple digits.
Yep.
So that kind of says a lot to me as far as people really wanting to see AEW content.
Sure.
So is it more of Noah WWE, new flavor, more balanced, or is it fuck AEW, I don't give a shit?
I think both can be true. That's my answer to that. I think both and. There's a lot of evidence to support both there, and DJ can go into more detail than I can about that situation. So go to him next.
Fair enough. Really quickly though, before you throw to DJ, since you were giving out numbers, I was going to get to this anyway, but since you were going through the numbers on the channel, thank you to everybody out there that tuned in to the entire week of watch alongs. 4,851 views combined across our 4 channels.
Yes,
and I was at least 2 of them.
Well, thank you very much, DJ.
So just
But
know,
yeah, dude, almost
special-
5,000 viewers combined. That's crazy.
That's crazy. Go ahead, DJ. Sorry.
So you're both right in terms of you're seeing it both from different aspects and calling the right things out. JJ, you're right from the aspect that it is beneficial to New Japan to be in this relationship with AEW, because not only is AEW giving them a small bit of their market share in the United States, they're taking on the big contracts they know they can't afford. They knew they couldn't afford Jay White, or they couldn't pay Jay White, they couldn't pay Okada, and they couldn't pay AEW. But they knew if they let Tony take them, they would still get access to them. That's the better alternative than those guys going to WWE. If they go to WWE, they're gone. There's no Tokyo Dome shows. There's no Wrestle Dynasty.
Sure.
There's no Wrestle Kingdom.
Sure.
So it's a benefit to New Japan for AEW to exist and to be a partner with them, because who else do they have in the wrestling landscape with the money that Tony Khan has?
Nobody.
True. Nobody.
With the
you're right.
access to the American market, that's not WWE, that Tony Khan has. So from that aspect, it's beneficial. But where it's been a failure, it's been to where New Japan thought they were getting a bigger share of AEW's market in terms of the United States like shows and exposure. So in terms of that, and sorry if I'm a little laggy, I'm a little tired. I'm about to get ready to fall asleep too soon. It's 2:30 here. I wanted to stay up. I wanted to stay up and enjoy the anniversary with you guys. But like the point where New Japan isn't benefiting super much in terms of gaining an American audience, gaining a presence in America, AEW took their style from them.
Yep.
The entire style of AEW is New Japan's. And so when Tony was around parading this shit around the USA and doing all these shows constantly, it diluted the product.
Yes.
Diluted it so hard to where it started hitting New Japan at home, because a lot of their market would watch the AEW Forbidden Door events, the Forbidden Door lead-ins, to keep up with everything that's going on, because they would try to interweave that shit into their television too. And it, like I said, that's the reason why it's not really super beneficial to New Japan now, because the market share is diluted. And whatever is diluted, WWE is now coming in for the kill and scraping up whatever's left.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be beneficial to New Japan too longer in terms of their actual business. But if they want someone to help them keep the access to the stars they want, and they can't afford them, they can't afford to break ties with Tony Khan anytime soon. Because if they do that, there's no Okada, there's no Ospreay, there's no Jay White, there's no Kenny Omega, there's no Young Bucks, because Tony's not gonna let anybody else play with his toys unless they're his friends.
Yeah.
And that's all I got to say on that.
So you say both and then can be true on
yeah, they're both true because they're both from completely different perspectives. Like I said, JJ's looking from the outside in. So he sees only like the hardcore benefits of New Japan, like the positives that New Japan is getting. Yeah, AEW can somewhat get exposure in Japan, but it's not like Tony When have we seen Tony run the Tokyo Dome himself? He hasn't, because the partnership isn't that ironclad yet. The only people who can run the Tokyo Dome is New Japan, and that's all Bushiroad is going to allow them to do. Because
that's why they were able to do the Wrestle Dynasty show, because it was a New Japan production.
Exactly.
It was exactly. The AEW isn't going to run their own show in the Tokyo Dome. It's never going to happen as long as Bushiroad is in charge.
Yeah.
So again, like I said, JJ's right from that aspect, but you're also right because you're seeing the points of the market share is diluted. There's no way to increase the interest when you have another company basically parading around doing what you do across the country in the market you're trying to break into. That's like Jay, you own McDonald's, right? And you run a successful McDonald's. And I think I'm just going to randomly open a Dairy Queen next door to you out of nowhere and think I'm going to beat you out on selling cheeseburgers. No fucking way. It's not going to happen.
Sure.
You sold cheeseburgers around too long. You're going to have a loyal fan base faithful to just your cheeseburgers. They're not going to want to try mine. They're too faithful and loyal to you. They might come to me every once in a while when they're in the mood for something new. But
Sure.
like, so if New Japan really wants to break out and really try to capture interest in the States, they either need to A, break away from Tony Khan, or B, change everything all the way the fuck up. And they shouldn't change everything up because they found the style first.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean,
They'll
you can
come.
tell the
They'll come to you when they want a cheeseburger and an ice cream from a machine that's not down.
True.
Real ice cream, by the way. Don't get me started on that nonsense. I know McDonald's freaking soft serve. Never mind. Not trying to start.
Soft serve.
Yeah. Okay, go back to what you were
Trust
originally.
me, I feel your pain, Noah. I do.
I'm learning a lot more about DJ than I thought I was going to tonight. That
He is. I told you, motherfuckers. Everybody thought I was crazy bringing him on. I'll put my fucking spot on the line to bring this guy in, and I was right.
You were more than right. DJ, an absolute honor. I look forward to conversating with you again. But yeah, I agree with both sides here when it comes to the fact that it's not necessarily one-sided, but it's also not fully balanced, because I look at the promotional showcasing. I think about, what both sides actually get out of it. And the first thing you hope both sides get out of it is that viewership, because you want to grow and expand the audience. The fact that you literally have AEW in Japanese commentary for them, along with the fact they have their live running tours and shows all on NWWorld.com, it does oversaturate it and kind of makes the original product feel a bit more less enticing when you're watching something else do it at maybe a faster pace under brighter lights and a bigger audience, you want to call it that, from the biggest country. Then you also got the NW Strong of America brand as well. So it's also one of those things right now where I look at, again, we have Wrestle Dynasty. Yes, it was a Bushiroad product. It was primarily NWW, Stardom, and CMLL. AEW and ROH got to be part of that because of the Bushiroad thing. And when I look back at the night, if it wasn't for Kenny Omega versus Gabe Kidd, what's my biggest takeaway from Wrestle Dynasty versus Wrestle Kingdom? It was probably going to catch versus Termination E, or that International Women's Cup 4 that should have been part of the main card, but that's a different conversation for another day. But you got to look at both sides, both benefiting from this from a financial standpoint. The only way you benefit from a financial standpoint is if your viewership grows, because your outlook's more known. And DJ, I definitely don't blame you for sliding out. It's been an absolute pleasure. Go get some sleep. But James, you be sure to plug his stuff hard, and I expect this gentleman to come back with much more rock hard commentary and analysis too. Been a pleasure, man. Get some rest. And then the Web 3.
Holy shit.
But yeah,
hey, man, you got the Noah Foster approval. It's
just one of those things right now where I looked at this initially and I was so excited. But the fact now that I see AEW, New Japan, AEW, New Japan, AEW, New Japan, almost every week, because I do follow the tours as they've gone the roads in the new beginning, and I follow Dynamite and Collision verbatim every week. Maybe not necessarily Collision always live, although Carly Cameron, Mariah May, yes, I had to, yes. But the only show I literally watch live every week outside work, sleep, and family, it's literally AEW Dynamite. I don't even listen to Excalibur. I listen to me and King talk over each other and have fun with our watch-along parties. If it wasn't for that, I probably also watch that. I'm recording. it's one of those things right now where I want to see more of New Japan show truly why they are the king of sports streaming, like they usually like to christen themselves. But they got to do it on their own versus with AEW's exposure in help. I mean, just think about the card that happened at Battle in the Valley. You had Mina Shirakawa, you had Sumi Sakai, you had Zatsumi Jr., you had Hechisero. None of those people from AEW. But who did you have from AEW? You had Trish Adora, AEW ROH. You had, of course, the Konosuke Takeshita, who now represents all three companies, DDT, AEW, and New Japan Pro Wrestling. And they're probably the biggest talking points, or two of the biggest talking points of the entire show, not to mention anything else that King Frog could bring me up on. But yeah, it's definitely one of those things where I think AEW has its own benefits with this, but New Japan doesn't have as many benefits, I think, with this that has helped them in their long-running, substantial, let's call it what it is, reevaluation of their landscape, knowing that most of the big stars are gone. Now they have to rebuild off this new generation. And with somebody like Zaxxon Jr., maybe they'll be more than capable of it. But we'll have to definitely wait and see. But I definitely believe that Gabe, Ken, and Zaxxon Jr. are the two original NJPW wrestlers to bring New Japan Pro Wrestling back to a brighter landscape. And that's all I got to say about that. As far as how you do to improve it, NJPW, stand out more on your own and remind us exactly why you were the ones that was All Elite style before All Elite Wrestling was a reality. Just saying. You were more than capable with Stardom, with CMLL, and New Japan Pro Wrestling. Do a show on your own with all three of those companies represented without AEW influence. And then go from there. That's all I got to say. This United Asian Professional Wrestling Partnership of 8 different companies should be enough right there to entirely evolve the Japanese wrestling landscape. And I have yet to fully see that. Just saying.
Yep.
All right, but thank you for that, Ash. Incredible question, by the way. And thank you, by the way, to those that have given Super Chat. Speaking of which, Ash with one more $2 Canadian Super Chat. DQ Blizzards are greater than McDonald's McFlurries.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get an argument from any of us there. I mean, that's it.
Nope.
Yeah, we're all in agreement there.
I mean, come on, seriously?
Yeah. Before
if for no other reason, but because anytime I walk into Dairy Queen, I know I can get a Blizzard McFlurries. It depends if the machine's working or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they don't keep with that
hold on. If the machines are working or not. Anyway, before we forget, because I don't want to forget about this guy.
Please.
I believe he's the first-time Super Chatter. Warhawk Rambo. I
also believe he's the only one that donated in American money.
There you go. American Super Chat.
I'm just going to start calling out nationalities in Super Chats from now on.
There you go. I don't think Tony Schiavone is bad. Maybe it's a 90s nostalgia thing, but he's better than quite a few other jabroni commentators.
That's absolutely accurate. Like, he's the only reason why I actually give a shit about AEW commentary half the time.
Sure. No, 100%.
Because I can't stand Excalibur, and I used to watch and listen to that fucker over here in PWG because he was one of the PWG 6.
Yep.
So, like, Excalibur knows his shit. I'm not going to hate on him for that aspect. But Schiavone is Schiavone.
Yep.
Schiavone has that same level of respect that Jim Ross has.
By God, my voice, professional wrestling, damn it.
Jim Ross just has the Bell's palsy and the age, and the years and the disease are starting to catch up with him.
Oh, well,
Schiavone still sounds as fresh as he did in the peak of the Nitro era.
Yes. 100%.
And he's still as grouchy as an old man that will tell you straight up what he truly means and feels like towards anybody this day and age, 50 years in the business.
No, 100%. And real quick, I also want to point out that Schiavone, when he's not being produced, is fantastic.
Yeah.
And when he was not being produced by TK, Vince McMahon style, he was great in AEW. The minute he started controlling every aspect of the show, it was all over. It was the same thing when he was in WCW. And, and that's why I think, when people give shit to Shivani, remember who runs the company. Because I'll give a great example of this. A lot of people hated on Michael Cole for a very long time. But I was the one fan, even as a kid, that said Michael Cole is a great commentator because I was always a SmackDown kid. And when Paul Heyman produced him and Taz as the duo, there was not a lot of other people that could match JR as far as bravado and excitement on the headset like JR. Michael Cole, when produced right, is one of those people. He's showing that now, years after the fact, and he is having more fun now than he ever has in years. And I am so fucking happy for that man because that man deserves it more than anybody else that have gone through the wrath of Vincent Kennedy McMahon. Seriously. If anybody deserves a peaceful retirement, if anybody deserves a peaceful life going forward from this point on, it's Michael Cole.
Here was the issue with Michael Cole. Because I 100% agree with everything you said. And I love Cole now. And I agree with you. He's having a blast on commentary now that he's not being leashed as hard as he was.
Yes.
This was the problem with Michael Cole. It was twofold. Number one, Vince McMahon was trying to push him as Jim Ross's replacement.
Yes.
While Jim Ross was still around and everybody wanted JR.
Yes.
Yep.
So you were getting that rebellion. And number two was the heel Cole commentator gimmick. Just
it was
any progress and ground he was making with the fans dissipated in that moment.
Yes.
The only reason he got it back, and it's been on an uphill climb ever since then, was when Lawler had his heart attack at ringside.
Yes.
Because Cole immediately dropped the gimmick, checked on his friend, was visibly and emotionally shaken on commentary after that.
And he didn't even commentate the next match.
And from that moment on, Cole has been back on the rise with the fans.
To your point, he didn't commentate the rest of the night.
Yep. Dude.
Because he went to the hospital with Lawler.
I kid you not, as horrible that situation is.
It was the best thing for Cole.
It was the best thing for Cole. It was quite literally, and I'm not kidding, one of the most effective babyface turns in wrestling history.
Yeah, and it was unintentional.
And it was completely by accident. Yeah.
It was natural, too.
It's just like the Jeff Jarrett babyface turn for a moment there after Owen's death.
Yep.
Completely unintentional, but how could it not happen for that brief moment?
Yeah, seriously.
When he won the IC title the following week, the fans popped for it.
Of course they did.
Then the following week, Jeff Jarrett was back off and running as an evil dickhead. But that first week when he won the IC title after Owen's passing, babyface popped.
Yeah.
Unintentional.
For real.
It just goes to show, again, you really need to consider the actual person versus the on-screen portrayed character, even through a voice that you may not even watch, but listen blindly. It does not tell the entire story.
Exactly. But those were the two big things that were going against Cole.
Oh, 100%. But again, those are under Vince. That's why I
know.
And to be fair to Cole.
And as that heel, Michael Cole is still undefeated at WrestleMania, which is something The Undertaker even can't say.
That's true.
Some things I wish weren't a reality. But you had a point real quick, James?
I just wanted to say, before we get to one thing I did star, when it comes to bring it back around to Tony Schiavone, real quick also, I will say Michael Cole's heel run wasn't bad. It was just that he was also on commentary playing the heel stick. But he actually showed he could play a pretty effective fucking heel. So
a heel commentator is great when it's the color analyst, not the lead play-by-play.
I agree. But I will say
that's why the JR Keen dynamic worked so good in the mid-90s, because Lawler was heel, but he was the color analyst.
Exactly. Get away with that.
Gorilla and Jesse were good, but Jesse was the color analyst. Bobby the Brain was the color analyst.
Something that you need to
You're-
work on
when
trying to
you're the
separate.
lead
No.
commentator.
I
you
agree.
cannot
Hold on.
be heel like that.
Hold on. I'm saying yes, I agree. That's why I prefaced it by saying he was just the play-by-play commentary all the time. I agree with you guys there, but does not take away the fact that Michael Cole actually did a bang-up job as a evil heel kind of
No,
manager for the
you're
Miz.
right.
I
You're
think, honestly, in another life, Cole could have been a fucking great manager. Weasley
Agreed.
qualities, easily is willing to take a bump. He had everything going for him as far as a manager goes.
He could have been a modern day Bobby Heenan. You're right.
Seriously, he was really good at that role. I'll give
Good
him
at that
credit.
heel gimmick.
Okay, I'll give
And
you
he
that.
probably would have put a weasel costume on if Vince had paid him enough, just like Heenan.
Oh, 100%. You kidding me? Now, breaking news and kind of breaking news, because this is an event I believe we were supposed to be covering for the watch on schedule, but we just said, you know what, we'll just take this week off since we fucking deserve it. Got some big news as Matt Riddle finished his story tonight, and I actually have something to follow this up with in the ATW chat. I'll read it off verbatim from our friend Neo Reality Entertainment, Eric Brown. He says, Matt Riddle is the new MLW World Heavyweight Champion by dethroning Satoshi Kojima. And then King immediately replied to that with this face of Eddie Kingston of just complete disappointment. Just figured I'd share that because that was one thing that did catch my eye with things that weren't super chatted. And I figured, since we were actually supposed to cover this before we decided to say, nah, let's have a week off after the crazy week that was last week. Fuck it. Might as well cover it here. So there you go. Matt Riddle, new MLW World Champion.
Oh, good Lord. Well, that's certainly something interesting. And thank you, Wrestling Laws, for becoming, for giving us that. And again, thank you, everybody that has tuned in for this insanity without highlights, near 4-hour milestone anniversary special of the Saturday Shenanigans. Again, you all make this possible. It is not going to happen going forward. It does not happen going forward without any of you. You are truly the leaders, the MVPs. We acknowledge all of you that allow us to encourage and demonstrate and portray this passion, this analysis, this conversation on a weekly and even a daily basis, whatever we do at the Super Reliable Studios. To those that have super chats now or over the years, thank you all so much. Again, Safet, Ash, of course, the Mingus, Warhawk, Ramble, Matt Helms, Daniel, the list goes on and on and on. And as far as that goes, man, that hosts 25 of the 26 weeks a year. We would love to have you part of the
51 of the 52.
Yeah, 51 of the
52 weeks, bro.
Yeah.
51? What? Oh, yeah, that's right.
52 weeks a year.
Your math is not mathing, my guy.
Noah's tired.
I'm going up
Noah,
5 weekly
James. Noah is still trying to click the ads to get through to New Year's Evil on Tuesday night. Okay.
That's true. Oh my God, Noah, brother. The minute you were saying what you said in the private chat, I felt your pain. I'm like, guys, just let it be. Just let him be. He deserves. I know his pain.
To answer Ash, just hit me up. You have me on X now.
Yes.
Hit me up if you really want to be a part. Maybe not next week, because next week is our monthly karaoke special, which will be more torture for this man than this man this time around. But the following week, we'll definitely have you on.
Now, Noah, would you like to vent about it on the air? You have the option about what happened with NXT. Do you want to elaborate?
I do not. I would like to.
Let me ask this. Did you go back and at least watch it on the CW app, the entire show?
The CW is boycotted from my vision for the rest of my life.
Okay,
YouTube.
But there is an app that you can download on the TV, the legal CW app, and you can watch it in full the next day.
Yes.
That's how I usually watch it when we're not doing a watch alone. I don't get to watch it on Tuesday, unfortunately, because it's not live on the app like it is on Netflix, like Max. So I have to watch it the following day. But there is a CW app you can download on your smart TV, just like Netflix, just like Sling, and you can watch it in full the following day.
And
so
to
my
be-
question is to you, with this week's NXT almost reaching 1 million views, 988,000, I think it did. Did you watch it, or was your experience Tuesday night enough where you were just like, fuck this week, give me Dynamite on Wednesday?
That you too.
Okay.
Okay. Now,
Please watch it because it was a solid show.
it was a very good show.
Roxanne
And-
versus
yeah.
Julia was an instant classic. The Fatal 4-Way for the North American Championship #1 contendership was solid. The triple threat for the world title was good. The women's title was my match of the night. No disrespect to Obafemi.
Yeah.
Julia so emotional after her victory. The Rock speaking.
Yep.
It's definitely something you've got to go back and watch. But like I said, download the CW app, the legal CW app, and you can watch it in full the next day.
And also,
They even repeated it tonight against Collision. I'm curious what those numbers did going against Collision and if that's going to be a permanent thing or not.
Yeah, and another thing I want to add to that as well, Noah, going forward, when there's an NXT watch along, I'll patch it through the Discord.
Or it'll just be me and Walter. Or
Yeah.
it'll just be me and Walter. So
You'll
don't
never have to
put
worry
them-
about these bullshit no more.
because what you tried to get in on was the same thing I watched it on, and I had no issues.
Yeah.
It took a few clicks to get past the bullshit, but it didn't take near as long as it seemed to take for you.
Yeah,
So
and
I am sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that I put you through that. I'm gonna make the apology here on the air. I'm sorry I put you through that. But yeah, either we'll go the Discord method next time, or you can just take the NXT night off, unless it's a PLE.
There you go.
Because it's me and Walter's brand anyways.
Yeah, there you go.
Enjoy it, but you don't enjoy it to the level that we do.
So does that work for you, my guy?
Maybe. But I'm still not
Oh,
touching anything with
holy
CW.
shit.
I don't blame you. And speaking of which, right at the end here, as we're about to
Just
go
in
through
time for the shills.
Hello,
Wow.
Jeff.
Hi. I'm not showing anything. I have an opportunity at the end because they introduced it at the end, and actually everybody's in bed, so I get to come in and say hello really quick. Really quick. I don't know if it's made the rounds on the internets or not as far as in here. Apparently, friend of the channel, Melina Perez, has been unreachable with all the fires and everything going on out here in LA. So if anybody out there watching now or on demand has a way to contact Melina that none of us seem to, and you get a hold of her, please let everybody know she's okay.
Yeah,
I'm
and
really tripping balls right now. I'm not gonna lie.
dude, fucking hell.
So I just want to make sure I got that out there instead of just trying to I'll put this on socials before I go to bed, but I just wanted to pass along that I really hope she's okay.
Yeah.
And I appreciate everybody in this room and everybody that's reached out to me so far. My family's okay where we are in San Clarita. We're good.
And
Where
I'm
we're at
far
now.
enough out in Victorville that it's good for us out here.
Yeah, we're good out here for now in Victorville. But not everybody is. So just I'm not one, I'm not a whole thoughts and prayers guy. I think that's very, very cliche, very generic, but I'm definitely all the good juju we can out to everybody that's dealing with this shit right now. And since it is the anniversary of this particular show, season, whatever you want to call it, I want to thank everybody that's been watching the last 3 years of the three of us, and then the Yahoo over here joining us. It's the passage of time continues to amaze me as we are only on day 11 of this wacky ass year, and this week has been one of those weeks where I just go, there's no way it's been this long. It feels like it's been this. Sorry if my voice is. It's been story time with Uncle Jeff with the new people in the circle tonight. JJ will attest to it. He'll tell you off air. A little crazy, but it's not lost on me that this group here and my new DQ people and my Great Cherry Brand people and the people I've been fortunate to meet over the last 25 years have been really become an important part of my life. So thank you to everybody watching. I am so happy for you that you got to experience and I got to hear so many cool calls over the years on the play-by-play. Low key would love to hear you call Sumi Sakura's last match. Now that it's already in the can, we can get a call later for on-demand purposes because I'm sure that was an awesome match for her. I'm sure she had a great night. It's crazy as we now hit Sunday on the West Coast. But I just want to make sure I thank everybody before you guys sit good night for the night, and hope the channel march along because it's looking more and more like I'm going to be a lot less active on YouTube with the schedules I've got going for between my son's new school and Disney itself. So it's going to be a little crazy here the next few weeks for sure. Probably the next few months until I get back into a proper routine. But I didn't want to let this night go without saying thank you, and I appreciate you guys and the audience.
Fair enough. Would you like to tell people where they can follow you real quick before you sign off?
Sure. It's _ Jeff Meacham on Blue Sky, Instagram, and Twix. It's Jeff Meacham at Jeff Meacham on YouTube and Facebook. And 2 weeks from tonight, if you happen to be Disneyland on there, you'll find me there too.
There you go.
Oh, quick corporate shell. Shifting gears with Tim Allen and Kat Dennings. Funny as fuck. Gotta recommend that.
Figured as much.
So good. Those two are so good on their own as a pair, and Sean William Scott as one of the secondary cast members. Such a good premiere. Good stuff. A lot of cool new stuff this week on Hulu, ABC, and all the things. So go check it out.
There you go.
Good shit, pal.
Good stuff. Man, thank you, Jeff. And again, Jeff, thank you as always for being such a great friend and encouragement for us to pursue these type of avenues to find necessarily these talents that we didn't know that we have and convey them in such a way that has been an encouragement onto so many others. Again, you rock. This entire community rocks. And despite my blood pressure sometimes being at an all-time freaking high, these two yahoos to the freaking virtual ride of me, they also rock too. And I thank all of them.
I will say this. I am going to attempt to get back into the flow of AEW this coming week because I'm apparently going to Revolution.
There you go.
So
wow, you're getting the whole experience, huh?
I'm going to give them the old college try because I don't want to go to pay-per-view completely cold. You know, like it's 2 months of walking in going, okay, what the fuck's happening?
At least you're being invited. There you go.
It's
not by Matt and Nick though.
No. Definitely not. They might just escort me into the building to make sure I get through security. It's one of those. It's in my home arena. It's at the CDC. I'm on the suite level, so that's nice. I'll be in the premier level, and I'll kind of be like catty corner from the entrance, so it won't be like I'm 100% visible. So I won't make too much of a spectacle of myself. And then the hope is Rebellion, and then I can check off the boxes for the year, unless Tony brings Ring of Honor out here. I'll check that one off too.
There you go.
We'll see, but yeah, I told him tonight when we were doing dinner for Natalie's birthday. It's one of those. 2025 is going to be a major year of transition. And as I said to you guys in this room and everybody watching that's been on screen, I am grateful that you guys are entrenched and able to hold the fort because I think my absence is going to be one of those play it day by day, play it by ear deals. So I'm grateful to have the team in place.
She says hello, by the way. Shadow Bat Ash. It's actually that's how it's pronounced. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We used to say Shadow Batash, but I actually met her in the spaces that James introduced me to. I was telling you about earlier, and she messaged me. It's Shadow Bat Ash, because her name is Ashley.
Got it. Okay. You know what? Anybody that uses some sort of dark bat thing, you're good with him for sure. Fan of the bat. But there you go.
There you go.
A plan is forming. Anyway,
And she may end up making her debut on the 25th episode if her work schedule allows
okay.
it.
So there you go.
Yeah, the 25th, if I'm there, it'll be probably from backstage somewhere at the end of the day, but highly unlikely.
Yeah, you told me that earlier. We'll get to that when we get to the shills.
Yep.
Because I do have that graphic loaded in. I want to make sure we plug. So.
Yeah, by the way, I have my promotions ready, so I'll just share the screen. You don't have to show it right now.
All right, well, let's just go ahead and transition right into our closing remarks. It's shield time. Thank you again all for being part of the anniversary. And again, folks, you make all this possible. So we look forward to you continuing following us here, all of us here across the Super Reliable Studios. That being said, James, you're prepared. Go ahead and plug away, dude. What you got to promote, and where can people find you?
You can find me on the YouTube, Instagram, and brain fire.
Brain don't work. Brain tired. James is already shutting down.
Hold on. You can find one more time. You guys can find me on YouTube, Instagram, and X at JameTime95, and on Facebook at James Hebert. I do pretty cool in top things on the internet. So go check that out. Always pops, Jeff. Every time. You guys can follow my boys that were here earlier tonight. First of all, Baypocalypse on TikTok. He covers wrestling and Power Rangers, very similar to Datilla. So go check that out. Baypocalypse on TikTok. He covers a lot of that stuff here, all that stuff there. You can also follow my boy DJ on various different places. So there was the Scully Vibes fucking
let's not get
spaces.
too deep into that, James.
We ain't gonna get too deep
We
into
don't
it.
need to bring the negativity in.
But there you go. If you want to check that out, that's on Scully Russell's YouTube, Twitter, and on Rock and Ropes 29, a little bit more in depth. And then we talked about other stuff too, wrestling wise, on his podcast on X as well. You can check that out, Rock and Ropes 29, hosted by Rock and Ropes on the X. So
And
go
he'll
check
have
out
another episode tomorrow, 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern.
Yes, 3 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern, like JJ said. That will be on X. Spaces is actually pretty damn fun. And it's, I've been saying it, but Spaces might be the one thing Twitter did that was great because, you actually can have intellectual conversations and nothing gets cut off with 160 characters or less. So that's great.
I was telling Jeff tonight that I may begin doing a few spaces here and there, hosting those, because I've really enjoyed participating in DJ's Rock and Ropes, participating with Scully, who you would like because his username is We Want Hendry.
Yes.
And it's a picture of Joe Hendry as his graphic.
I recognize that.
Yes.
Which,
That's the second time I fell for that.
Loud on the phone, 12 o'clock in the morning. My God. Holy shit.
So yeah, there's my plugs for everybody. So there you go.
But yeah, I can't recommend those guys in Spaces enough. James kind of low-key introduced me, and at first I was just a listener, and this past week I actually participated in a couple different spaces and really enjoyed myself, really enjoyed the conversation. Like I said, Scully, the We Want Hendry guy, DJ, that's how I met and interacted with Ashley. So yeah, we may be bringing some more of those people into the Shenanigans because, as you noticed today with DJ, very great wrestling mind, very well spoken, great caricature to bring onto the show and everything. And we could always use a little bit more expansion, a little bit more networking.
100%.
I'm still.
That'll help. That'll be what helps us grow. So.
Oh no, I agree with you, Noah. You don't have to trust me, but JJ and I have been enjoying it because it's actually been pretty
That's good for you two. I'm glad to hear that for you two. Honestly.
Yes. So there you go.
That's something to be happy about.
For fuck's sake.
One more week.
One more week. Noah, go ahead and do your shill, sir.
I'm barely social as it is, but if people wish to find me again, folks, I do this one time out of 52 weeks of a year. I keep thinking of bi-weekly page schedules. That's why I was like 26. So again, I'm tired. Watch. But find me if you choose, primarily on the Twitter and on YouTube at Foster9016 for all things wrestling. Shout out, of course, to the entire W fam, all social media platforms across the world. Again, City Predicting returns next week officially with the start of the TNA Predictions League. City Predicting TNA Genesis is ballpark right now to be 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Thursday night after TNA Impact, the go home of the TNA Genesis. So if you want to be part of that conversation or be even part of that panel, reach out to me, reach out to JJ, because, of course, it is a collaborative effort here with Simply Predicting. We'd love to have you part of the conversation and part of this year's league, because I'm hosting all 5 leagues once again. But besides that, you know my usual thing I'll do at the end. As always, protect your mentality, just your life, and enjoy wrestling. It's as simple as that. That's what I live by, and that's what I truly will stand by for the rest of my life.
And yes, Charles, yes.
Just
I do hate that word.
What word?
Think, boys.
Not saying.
This time next week, we could be just hours from believing in a new TNA World Champion.
I believe.
I think all of us in this room believe.
I'm of the believers. Let's go.
About to say, King, quit being a hater. Damn it.
You're the only one.
And something else that is believed in, even though Walter is not here, is the lovely Lola Vice.
Yeah, true.
You can follow Walter.
Even dead ass.
You can follow Walter on YouTube, Rage of Wrestling, on Instagram, walter.cruz.940, X and Blue Sky at Walter Alex Cruz, and on Twitch at SRS1983. Give your love to Walter. He is at 87 subscribers on YouTube now.
Yes.
He wanted to get to 100 by the end of the year. Obviously, we missed that goal, but let's try to get him to 100 by the end of the month.
Yeah.
Before the Rumble watch along. The man works hard as a man behind the scenes, as hard for a man in front of the camera. The dude has done a lot to try to keep this whole core afloat ever since he got his time out.
Yes.
And has had to step back. So show Walter that love.
Yes, definitely.
Well, that being said,
Well,
JJ,
Jeff had his hand up.
Yes, Jeff, I see your hand. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, for Walter and JJ in particular, Lola Vice in person is a thing, boys. See, must be seen to be believed. Goddamn.
Go ahead, Noah.
Goddamn.
JJ, this leaves, of course, your applause again. Thank you for all that you do, of course. Why don't you go ahead and promote what you have ahead and where can people find you?
Well, you can find me, of course, on Instagram, the Renegade JJ Williams, on Twitter and Blue Sky, ROWJJ Williams. I am more active on X than I am Blue Sky, but I do have a page. YouTube, Casa D18 Studios. Thank you to everybody that is still watching right now. Make sure you guys tune in on Wednesday, as we will have our AEW Dynamite watch along for Maximum Carnage.
Jeez.
I know Noah will be excited to be there for that, as we get to call the first ever women's casino gauntlet match.
Shit.
Winner gets a title shot at Grand Slam Australia. I wonder who's going to win that match.
And Chris Statlander is number one. I just want to put that out there. Stat trying to turn this into her here because Stat's where it's at, damn it. But yes, the
I think it's going to be the rookie Tony Storm.
I mean, it would be a huge accomplishment. It would be a huge accomplishment for such a young, bright, up-and-coming wrestler of the industry on the grander stages, going back home down under where she honed her craft for her first chance at the AEW Women's World Championship. It's just one of those things where it just seems like, you know, you just capture that moment, that magic, that potential in the bottle and just unleashed it. Who am I kidding? I mean, it's one of those
Go
things
back
right
in
now.
time, Tony. Go back in time.
Gotta get back in time.
We'll see. We'll
And-
see soon enough.
And you want to talk about capturing magic. You want to talk about moments. Next Saturday will be our monthly karaoke extravaganza as we do songs with the word something in the title.
Nothing! But damn it!
I know James is looking forward to that. I will once again share the playlist in the Shenanigans group chat. So
I think
people
I have a
can.
person that might be interested in joining that too. That just got
I
a
know
paper up in their voice. So stand by, folks, as we keep expanding here. A new singer may appear, straight out of Smash Brothers type esque, debuting. Dadgummit.
And then I've already created the stream for the following week, and I wanted to go ahead and throw this out into the ether now, give people a chance to think about this, as Jeff has told me he may or may not be able to be there for that one. But for the Shenanigans prior to the Rumble, the week after karaoke, January 25th, we will be fantasy drafting and fantasy booking our own Royal Rumble, both for the men's and the women's.
Oh, Jesus.
The way this is going to work is going to be like a draft. However many of us are in the room, we're going to go around the horn, and each one of us is going to put a person into the Rumble until we get 30 people. We're going to do it for the men and the women. Then we're going to take the names that we put into it, and I'm going to put them into my little wheel spinner that I usually do for karaoke. Just going to list them the order we put them in. So the first one will be the first name listed, and then all the way down through 30.
Yes.
Hit the wheel spinner and let the wheel predict who's going to win the Rumble.
Oh,
This
okay.
sounds crazy, but okay.
It's crazy, but it's going to be fun. Here's the only caveat. Okay? It has to be an active Raw, SmackDown, or NXT talent. So we can't put Joe Hendry into the Rumble.
Damn it.
We can't put Omos into the Rumble. Can't put Charlotte Flair in because she's not back yet.
Okay.
It has to be an active Raw, SmackDown, or NXT competitor.
For all 30?
For all 30.
Oh boy.
And it's totally doable.
Oh, it is.
Totally doable.
Got like 169 different wrestlers, I think, across their entire landscape.
But I think this is going to be fun because, as we have pointed out, there are so many names on the active roster that legitimately could win this Royal Rumble this year. That I think this is going to be fun.
I agree. Well, that'll be fun.
Did you guys hear the news that the Rumbles are going to be 40 people each this year? Did you hear that, by the way?
No, I have not heard an official rumor on that. No.
WWE
Word. I've heard a rumor, but I haven't heard an official word.
Yeah, I haven't seen an official thing here, but it's gone around the horn today on the Twix, and I'm like, oh dear God.
You know, here's the thing though. They actually have a reason this time. They do.
They've got the depth. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, the depth.
Especially if they go to outside, because I wrote down 30 names, just myself, of people that I knew that had been like world champions.
Ooh.
Not even necessarily just WWE, but outside, guys like Chris Sabin and Alex Shelley, who are in the company, both former TNA world champions.
Yeah.
You know, guys like Sami Zayn, who was the NXT champion. Guys like Finn Balor, who only had the Universal title for a day, but as Fergal Devitt, as Prince Devitt, has been champion outside.
Mm-hmm.
And you very easily can come up with 30 names.
Sure.
Just with active WWE talent.
Sure.
And that's crazy to think that the roster is that deep with title contenders.
And it's even deep enough for 40.
Yeah, so then you expand to 40. That means you can get a few extra NXT names up there.
Yep.
That opens things up for a Joe Hendry, a Josh Alexander to make his debut.
Yep.
If his contract is up at the end of the month, like I'm hearing rumor that it is, Genesis could very well be Alexander's last hurrah like it is for Jordan Grace. Just Jordan Grace is more publicized.
Yep.
It's already out there that that's her last set of tapings. She's doing
Her last match is against Tessa.
Well, she may do something on the Impact tapings the next day. That weekend is her final.
Yep. There you go.
Crazy.
And that's known. So she is more than likely going to be debuting as a WWE superstar on February 1st.
Good for her.
Alexander could be doing the same thing. So, and I figure even without Jeff here, not knowing if he's going to be able to show up or not, the three of us, Walter is 4, G and Josh, if they can get here, is 6, DJ and Ryan is 8. Like, that's almost 10 of us, which means we can go around probably like 3 times.
If it's
one of us just picking a person to put in.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
If it's a 40-person Rumble, that's 5 trips around the horn.
Yeah.
There you go.
So that's going to be January 25th, and I'm looking forward to doing that because the Rumble is my shit anyways.
Amen.
And that's after Saturday's main event.
Maybe we can even invite Greg Cherry to join us for that one.
Yeah, makes sense.
So Greg, that is Greg's show. He's also doing the Royal Raffle this year for charity. I think he's doing a similar type draw. So,
well, he's doing for the people that are actually in the Rumble. He does more like a Super Bowl squares, like where you
that's fair. That's true.
You pick a number, you're assigned a number, and if that person wins the Rumble, you win the money. Which this is also another opportunity for him to promote that too. So I may have to get in touch with him. So
yeah, we'll have to connect before Wednesday afternoon show.
Fair.
But yeah, that's what I really want to plug and promote, man, are those 3 things. And February's karaoke stream is already set up. That's going to be TV themes. It's going to be the Saturday before Noah's birthday, so it'll also be Noah's birthday celebration, but it's going to be TV show theme songs, bro. I know you can get into some TV themes. Don't sit here and act like when once I was a wee lad, you didn't watch some fucking cartoons or some Full House, Family Matters, Boy Meets World, something that you can't sit here and sing the theme song to, Like you ain't never watched no Three's Company reruns. Can't sit here. Come and knock on our door.
Yeah.
We'll be waiting for you. You can do this, bro. Come on.
What were you saying, Jeff?
And the theme songs are so short. You can do the whole fucking TV theme.
What were you gonna say, Jeff?
Boy Meets World, the show where one person got recognized by Rob, but not the other person. Will Friedle, justice for Will Friedle. God damn it.
Yes, I did.
No, even though I'm the host of this one time out of freaking 52 weeks a year, he still has to.
Gotta give him just a little bit of shit.
Yeah, it never fails. One thing that's always constant here is how I endure this tomfoolery, but also you all enjoy it. You all are entertained by it. So I guess everybody wins in the end.
That's right.
That being said, again, well, thank you, JJ. It sounds like we got a pretty good plan so far set up for February and this incredible year that's ahead for all of us here at Suburban Studios, in and out of the weekly Saturday Night Shenanigans. And that being said, folks, again, I do this because I am nothing more but a simple man and a lifelong fan of keep it short, sweet, and simple. We've gone for 4 hours. God bless it. You all are freaking crazy, especially Ash, who made it go 90 minutes longer. God bless her. Love her, a passion for the super chat questions that she got out of us. Again, we do all this. I do all this up and beyond because I truly love nothing more but professional wrestling. As again, I only wish to remind you that the winners, losers, no betters, just fans and peers, this passion we all share. Quite literally. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect, share, protect your mentality too. Treasure your families. in reality and virtually. And just to live and enjoy wrestling is truly as simple as that. But again, with that being said, thank you all so much for continually to do so. And I'm sure will do for the foreseeable future. Tune in. You are the MVPs. You all make this possible. It is you guys that allow us and encourage us to demonstrate and showcase this passion for professional wrestling business in and out of these performances that we do across the internet. Please subscribe, comment, tell a friend. Hit the bell as this video goes live on demand on anybody's channel around here, especially Walter Cruz. He deserves the most love more than anybody else here. Still in his genesis of his YouTube and content creation run. So build that man's journey up, damn it. Subscribe today. Rage of Wrestling. The subscribe buttons across the board, especially our first and foremost. Hit the bell when you want to know when the next video goes live on demand across any of our YouTube channels. I assure you, we're 3 years going, and it's not letting up anytime soon as long as it's breath in our lungs and we are, in our own way, down with the madness that is this business. But for right now, I am down to get ready to go to bed. So I think we will do that. Again, for all of you, we thank you. For James Hebert, for the Renegade Wrestling, JJ Williams, for the man that inspired us all to begin with, Jeff motherfucking Meacham, for Walter Cruz, for DJ, for not James Hebert, if you know, you know, Ryan Smith, for, of course, the Super Chat champions of the night that I will start recognizing and acknowledging as included but not limited to Warhawk Ramble, Shadow, Bat, Ash, and, of course, Emmanuel Dominguez for his milestone super chat. Again, you are the champions. You all made this possible. Let's keep going. But for now, let's get some sleep. Thank you so much for tuning in to the 3rd anniversary of the Saturday Shenanigans. I bid you all now a fine adieu. And until the next time, we are on your screens at our YouTube. Make a positive impact in life. And finally, Christ almighty, have a good night.
Next week's show will be something.
Something.